Hello and welcome to today's episode. We have hit the year 2020 and we will be discussing what that incredibly memorable, but not for all the right reasons, year brought to gaming. And after that, though, we will also go over our usual relay of gaming segment. And so, if you're new here to this podcast, what I do is I start off by doing a relay of gaming segment, and all that is that I've selected 7 games on a random number generator, and off of a list that I have just been maintaining on games that I have or just want to check out at some point. And so, whatever 10 games I pick, I will talk about those to an extent as much as I know about them. And then I'll put gameplay segments, at least like a little snippet of them on my YouTube shorts for Arcade Amigo, or also on TikTok for Arcade Amigo. And after that, we will get into some modern gaming news as well. Try to touch base a bit on what's going on in the gaming industry. I don't keep up with it as much as I would want to, but I do as much as I can. And really, the point of this, though, is just that it's a casual conversation. So my whole hope of this podcast is that just kind of think of it as if you're just talking gaming with a friend, right? So meaning that I'm not going to be up to date on everything, and I might get some things wrong, but I do the best that I can. And again, this is just more of a casual conversation for things going on in the modern gaming industry. And then after that is where we get into the main meat of the podcast, which again for this year we'll be discussing the year 2020 and what that brought to video games. So 2020 was a very big year for a lot of different reasons. I'm sure a lot of us don't want to remember a lot of that. But for gaming, though, it was actually a really good year as we had some big heavy hitters that came out, and then along with 2 new consoles. And this year, I was actually really looking forward to it because there was 2 games in my favorite series of all time that were getting a new release of some sort, and that was Final Fantasy VII, and then also The Last of Us. Did both games come out really good? Yeah, I would say yes, but they weren't without a lot of controversy, though, and so that, especially one of them in particular, which actually I feel had a sort of played a big role in just on how games are perceived, going forward after that. So we'll get into that there as well. And then we had the releases of the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X. So that was kind of a big deal too also. But for right now, let's go ahead and start with Relay of Gaming, though. And so again, I've had these 7 games picked out. And so again, I will post a gameplay snippet of it one day throughout the week of the following week, or this coming week, I guess, because this will be posted on Sunday. And so we're starting off with Layer Section. And I think it was also known as Galactic Attack. And I forgot which was the U.S. name, but I'm pretty sure they're 2 separate games. Actually, I'm not 100% sure about that, but it was a horizontal shooter a vertical shooter on the Sega Saturn. And so it was using some polygonal graphics, so it had some pretty cool effects and all. And overall, from a little bit that I played of it, it's a pretty cool shooter. Because again, it's either Layer Section or Galactic Attack, or maybe they're the same game. But I know one of those games came out in the U.S. under Acclaim, I believe, as it was one of the few shooters that came over here to the States, because the Sega Saturn had a lot of them. A lot of, especially like top-down shooters that were released, only a lot of them were only in Japan. But this is one that did make it out here into the States. And from what there was a release on the Switch that says it has both of them, Layer Section and then Galactic Attack. So again, I don't know if they're the same game or not, but you can get an official copy on the Switch, or I believe maybe on the other modern consoles as well too. And it plays pretty good on there. So I played like about 3 levels on there, and it's really fun. So I would say if you're into vertical shooters like that, definitely check this one out. Next one, though, is a really great JRPG, and this is for Star Ocean: The Second Story R. So this is specifically more the remake one that came out just a couple of years ago. And Star Ocean, so basically Star Ocean 2. And originally Star Ocean 2 came out on the PlayStation. And that one there, my brother and I got into it, and we got pretty far into it. And right off the bat, we were just mesmerized by like the really great graphics, the cool story to it, and the really expansive play mechanics, as it has like a kind of, it plays almost like an action RPG, but definitely has a lot of RPG elements, like everything from crafting to, obviously leveling up and, assigning skills to your party members and whatnot. has an interesting cast of characters. But what's interesting about it too, also, is that it has up to 80 endings, I believe, and a lot of it just has to do on what relations you have with your characters. As when you enter a town, you can press a button to do like a private action, and then you can interact with your party members and all, and sometimes that can affect the outcome of the ending. From what I understand, the endings aren't like, you know, too lengthy, or I don't think like, there are 80 completely different endings. But there is some, technically it is up to 80 endings. That's my understanding of it. We never actually beat it back then, but we got pretty far into it. I know on the PlayStation 1, 2 discs, and I know we got into the second disc, but this one specifically, though, it's a really great remake of the original one, and it improves on a lot of things. The graphics are really nice looking, where it still retains that 2D sprites, but now with like full 3D environments, but still kind of has the pixelated look to it. It's really interesting how they did the graphics, and it looks incredible. And the music is just absolutely outstanding in this game. One of my favorite soundtracks of all time in a video game, and the remastered version here has a really beautiful soundtrack. And just overall, Star Ocean 2 is an amazing game, however you choose to play it. There's this one here that you can get, and then there was also like a Star Ocean 2, I believe, on the PSP that kind of improved on some things, and then this remake here. And either way, though, I mean, this game is really incredible, and the new version also includes a new voice acting, and again, like I think it might have a few new story elements. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten too far into this remake one. I've actually just been waiting to beat some other games before I really will dive into this one. So this is the bit that I played of it. It's kind of one of my all-time favorite JRPGs. And so I really need to go back and beat it, and especially with this new version that's out. But then after that is Outlast 2. And so we talked about Outlast. Well, actually, I don't know if I talked about it here. This is when I was doing things a little bit differently a few months ago. But I did post a YouTube short of the first Outlast and some gameplay on it. And that game is scary. I mean, it's known to be one of the scariest games of all time. And the premise of the first one, anyways, real quick, is that you're this journalist, I believe, and you're going through like some kind of a mental institution that's been abandoned, as there's been some weird happenings going on. Well, there's a bunch of crazy like enemies and monsters and all that are littering all over this. Not like actual littering, I guess, but they're all over the place in this mental asylum. And all you have, though, is just your camera and a light. And so that's what makes it creepy, right? Because it's not so much an action game, it's just you're just literally surviving, right? And so the second one, honestly, I don't know anything really about it, but if it's anything like the first one, I'm sure it'll be pretty creepy. But speaking of creepy and spooky kind of games, the next one up is The Quarry. The Quarry? And this one is, I believe it's from the same people that made Until Dawn. Now, Until Dawn is seems to be a bit more popular one, as there was even a movie made out of it, although I don't know how good it was. But basically, it's like it seems to be kind of like a combination of like a walking simulator with a point and click, almost so gameplay, or kind of along the lines of like Quantic Dream games, so like think Heavy Rain or Detroit Become Human, where again a lot of it is just choices that you're making throughout the game. But the setting it seems like it's very much inspired by like 80s slashers, horror flicks, and so I played a bit of this one. I played the intro of it on the PlayStation 4, and it seems like a pretty good time. So, but anyway, the one that we're talking about here, though, is The Quarry, which is more or less kind of the same, and obviously in a different setting and all, but the same kind of gameplay style. And this one also the same thing. I beat the first little intro area, and that's pretty cool. And so definitely I would say that if you're into like 80s horror or action flicks, this is definitely should be right up your alley if you don't mind the game that's a bit more story driven and less gameplay. But the acting is really well done on it. The graphics are really well done, as the facial models from the actual character or the actual actors is pretty spot on. And yeah, just again, definitely a cool game if that's your, how does Austin Powers say, if that's your jam, baby. Let's see. And next up is for Golden Sun Dark Dawn. Golden Sun Dark Dawn. I don't know much about this one. So the two Golden Sun games on the Game Boy Advance, those have been games that I've been really interested in playing. I played a little bit of the first one, and they definitely seem cool. It's made by Climax, I think, but basically the people that have had a hand in doing like the old school Shining Force games on Sega systems, and And so it has a bit of that similar style as far as like their character sprites and storytelling and the text boxes and all. But this one is the one that came out on the Nintendo DS. And honestly, I don't know a whole lot about this one. When I selected this game earlier, I had to Google it really quick. I was like, I know there was a Golden Sun game on the Nintendo DS, but I don't really know much about it. And so, for the most part, it seems like it was just a, more or less right, a typical JRPG, and seems to be been fairly well received. If it doesn't really bring anything new to the table, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially nowadays. So yeah, I'd be interested in capturing some footage on this just so I can at least see what this Golden Sun game is all about, or this Dark Dawn game, Golden Sun, Dark Dawn, Dark Dawn. Oh, jeez, I can't talk this morning. All right, but next up is for Street Fighter V Arcade Edition. And so Street Fighter V, when it came out, I believe in 2016, came out with a bit of a lukewarm reception, as a lot of the game, it only had an online mode, didn't really have anything single player to it, and was just lacking a lot of features. As time went on, they added some stuff and improved the overall formula, but I think it left a bit of a bad taste in gamers' mouths, as I don't really hear much people talk about Street Fighter V. Yeah, because Street Fighter 4 was pretty well beloved, and Street Fighter 6 is doing pretty good. But this one sort of kind of went under the radar. And from what I understand, the little bit that I played of it, so again, it had that kind of a pretty rocky launch at first. But then eventually the game got patched up. It had a bunch of new modes added to it, like an arcade mode, a single player mode, and a bunch of other online stuff. I believe it had some new characters added to it. And so then that's where this one, Street Fighter V Arcade Edition, comes in. And so from what I've played of it and what I've a little bit that I've read about it, is that it seems like this actually is a pretty good game. Once they finalize everything, it's just that again, it kind of left a bad taste in gamers' mouths, where it's like, once you have a bad launch, it's hard to rebound from that, and it kind of did, but it seems like it was a bit of like too little, too late. Because again, I just don't really hear much about this game. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was pretty popular amongst the fighting game community, but yeah. But I mean, it's Street Fighter. It plays pretty good. There's what is it called? A B trigger, I think, mechanic on it. I'm not too familiar with, actually. This is actually probably the Street Fighter game that I'm least familiar with, but the graphics are pretty nice on it. The core gameplay is still there for sure, and some of the new characters that I've seen on this, it's like they don't seem quite as inspired as like previous Street Fighter games, but like I said, right, the core gameplay is still definitely there. So, if you're into fighting games and you haven't checked this one out for any reason, at the very least, it'd be cool to check out just so you can kind of see what Street Fighter was up to, during this stretch right here. All right, and so then the last game here that we're going to talk about is for, this is one that going a bit way back, and that's for Wolfchild. And so Wolfchild, this game was made by, I think it was published by a company called Renovation, but developed by a team called Wolf Team, I believe. I just remember they were doing a lot of games on the Sega Genesis, especially early on in the system's lifetime. And I've never played this game, but it seems to be, it's a side-scrolling action game of some sort. And obviously you turn into a wolf and hit at some point. But I just remember seeing this game in the magazines a lot back in the day, specifically Game Fan. And they hyped it up a little bit. So I'd be kind of curious to check this game out, as all these years and I've never played it, but I believe I still have access to it. And I want to say, I think that there's a version on the Sega CD. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'll find a way to play this game and put up some gameplay footage of it. But that's my understanding. Side-scrolling action game. Obviously, you turn into a wolf of some sort, and that's about as much as I can say on it. But it'll be interesting on capturing some footage, kind of reminiscent or bringing up some nostalgic memories that I never got to live out, when I was a kid. But let's get now into modern gaming news. And I think one of the bigger stories that I kept seeing around was this whole drama regarding this mixtape video game. I didn't even know this game existed, so I was kind of curious to see what it's all about. And then once I heard a bit about what's going on, I was at work, but I had a bit of downtime, and so sometimes at work I'll just have like my phone propped up, or sometimes my iPad, and just watch random stuff on whether YouTube or listen to stuff. And so I was like, I'm gonna, just because it seems like from what I was gathering, it seems to be a very story-driven game, which was kind of part of the complaint of it. I was like, let me just watch a video of it, see if I can get an idea of what this game is all about. And so I watched about maybe 25 minutes of it, and then I was like, okay, I'm good. I got kind of the gist of what this game is, and not to downplay on the game and all, but just not something that I was, it wasn't really hooking me in any way. Like, again, it is very much a very story-driven game. The gameplay that's on there is super limited, and then the story just wasn't quite hooking me that well. But ultimately, from what it seems like, the issue with this game is because it kept going, like the story kept spiraling, right? As I kept seeing headlines on it, and so I did watch a few videos of it. Like, okay, what exactly is going on with this mixtape game? Well, a few things, and number one, it's a very story driven game, and basically here's the premise of it. If you've never even heard about it, so if you're kind of like me, going like, what the hell is this all about? Is It's a story driven game. It's published by Anna Fortuna or something like that, some kind of a game development studios, and so they're sort of known to publish like a lot of indie games, right? Like kind of artsy indie games. Um, so that's a part of it, but the part of the issue though is that this game, for what it is, it has some decent graphics to it, and it also has the soundtrack is actually pretty cool in it because it has like music from like back in the 80s and 90s, and so I believe because I think it takes place like in the 80s or 90s. But so that was like that's not necessarily cheap, right? To get all those licenses for these bands, so that was part of the issue there. But the other thing too, also is like I said, I'm watching the story to this game, and again, it's very story driven. It's roughly about 2.5 hours or so from what I've heard. Not a lot of gameplay to it, but the game was getting like tens and nines and tens across the board from like a lot of the major publications, right? Like IGN, I think maybe and a bunch of other ones. I know the IGN one kept coming up because they gave it like a perfect 10. And so, I mean, you would think that, with it getting this high of reviews, that, we're like looking at like the next Breath of the Wild or Elden Ring or something like that, right? Well, not necessarily. And that was part of the issue there. So, the story to this game, from what I understand and a little bit that I played it, so again, it takes place back either in the 80s or the 90s because people kept bringing up about like this is like a millennials nostalgic trip, wet dream come true or something like that. And so it's you play like these teenagers and you're just involved in some shenanigans, right? And along the way, music plays a big part of the story. That's about as much as I know of it, but hence why it has like a lot of popular bands on here, right? At least from back in the day. And so, I mean, I'm like, okay, so if it's getting like perfect nines and tens, I mean, this story's got to be like a knockout, right? Like, I mean, the best story of all time, I guess. But I mean, it's from what I understand, it's a decent story, but it seems like it's like a typical teen kind of drama kind of story, and even then, it's like it's just all right as far as that goes. So what people are anticipating is that this game, and I don't know for sure, right? This is just something that I kept seeing come up, is that it's almost like this game was maybe fulfilling some fantasies in a way that a lot of people had of memories that maybe they never got to experience when they were younger. I don't know. Because again, it sounds like in the game you get into some mischief and you get in trouble, and I mean, with the police and all, like up to the point that I saw, I think there was like a police chasing you. You're like driving away from the police, something like that. And so that's kind of the thought of what's going on. Like maybe like, oh, I wish I would have had those memories as a kid. I don't know for sure. I mean, I don't, I can't say for sure, but it's definitely not a game that I would say seems to be on the caliber of like one of the greatest games of all time because it was getting like crazy good reviews all across the board. And so I think that was where the big controversy was on it is that, okay, here's a game that it's like it's a very story driven game. So, there's one knock against it that just doesn't have a lot of gameplay, which is not necessarily always a bad thing. There's been a lot of great, games out there, right, that have very minimal gameplay. Like, I'm thinking like What Remains of Edith Finch or, The Walking Dead, series. But those games are very heavily advertised, right? Like, like, okay, these are very story driven games for the audience that loves those. And they weren't getting like, I mean, they were getting good reviews, but I don't think they were getting like tens across the board. And the other thing too, also is just kind of the subject matter, right? Where it just, again, it seems like it has a lot of like, there was like this one segment that kept coming up, and when I saw it, I was like, okay, that's a little weird. And it's like they're talking about how this awkward moment that this teenager had with making out with another person, and so like they literally show like the inside of the two characters' mouths with like their tongues kind of like massaging each other, and it's about as gross as it sounds. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong, you know. And I mean, I know back then, you know, that was kind of like the cool thing to do, right? You know, go, you know, you're gonna make out with someone, but just the way they displayed it, I mean, it's kind of gross. I mean, I guess I can kind of see what they were going for. It's like, you know, trying to describe the awkwardness of it, but it's. I was even kind of like, okay, that's weird, right? So that was one thing. But you know, I mean, if at the end of the day, I mean, if this is resonating with some people, I mean, I guess that's cool. But it just, I think that was the first part of the controversy, right? My initial thought on it when I was hearing kind of what it was about, I was like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's something I can get into. I mean, I remember, you know, back in my high school days doing a bunch of stupid shit, you know, and so like, okay, well, maybe if we can relive some of those days of like, you know, trying to get all drunk and get people to buy you alcohol and run away from the cops and, you know, things like that, right? All the while, I remember, like, especially my ninth grade year, there's a lot of music that I listened to that takes me back to that time. And so on one end, I was thinking, I was like, okay, well, you know, that might be interesting. But like I said, when I was watching at least the first 25 minutes of it, I'm like, I'm good. I don't know. There's something about the writing and all. I mean, it's not like it's badly written or acted. It just seemed a little, there's nothing really that was hooking me to the story. But a game about teenagers growing up, you know, some of their experiences they're going through, I can see how some people can get involved in this game, right? But the other controversy, though, is this part here, and I just had to look it up here, but because I remember hearing something about it. But okay, so here we go. So this is from a Reddit post. Regarding the controversy, it was less to do with the game or the developers and their publisher. So, excuse me, Annapurna. So again, this publisher that they publish a lot of like indie games is owned by Larry Ellison's daughter. And since Larry is doing things like bankrolling his son's purchase of Warner Brothers after his son bought CBS in its entirety and then threw a very public tantrum over Netflix trying to buy WB, so people associate the family with an attitude of buying out the media. And obviously, if you can afford Warner Brothers Discovery, you can afford a campaign of positive, glowing ratings for a video game. So yeah, right, and that's the other thing too, also because again, right. I mean, the graphics are, I mean, for what they are, they're pretty nice looking. I mean, you can tell that there's, you know, there was some money thrown to it, and then let alone all the licensed tracks, right? And so then it's like, okay, well, this is not so much like an indie game, then, right? This is, you know, has a pretty big backing to it. So that was the other part of the controversy with it too, as well. And so then because of that, how much did that maybe affect all the raving reviews that it was getting, right? Because that does come into question because, you know, like I said, I mean, I'm watching the game and I'm, you know, a little bit that I'm playing of it, and you know, and again, if you get into the story for it, that's cool. But you know, to be compared to like the likes of like, you know, the best games out there of all time, that's where the controversy I think was really there for, you know, really hit with a lot of people, and and so that's where the concern is, right? It's like, this sounds a little suspect. But anyways, just thought I'd kind of make mention of that there. I don't have a whole lot more to add to that story other than just my little experience with it and some of the stuff that I read on it. But it just kept, it was like a story that kept going and going and going this past week. So I was like, okay, I need to at least make some kind of a mention of it. So there you are. But another thing too that came out is that Capcom, there was a leak that came out. And so it looks like we could be getting some more stuff, cool stuff from them. You know, Capcom is just, they're kind of killing it. You know, they're doing good. And so, anyways, on this leak, so this is a rumor, right? It's still a rumor, so they haven't announced or, you know, officially said anything, but it seems to be coming from some pretty reliable sources from a few different videos that I saw on it. Here's like a post that I read here. And so Capcom is claimed to be working on several projects, including Devil May Cry remake, Resident Evil 10, and more are Resident Evil remakes. So kind of going down the list here of all the things that have was leaked. So again, a Devil May Cry 1 remake, which I don't hate that necessarily. I mean, the first one can be a little rough looking a bit, but it still runs great and it still plays great. So, and don't change up the acting, okay? Because the whole "I'll fill your soul with light," you know, that's classic stuff. All right, don't change that. But you know, the game can be a bit rough, I guess, right? So you know, I don't necessarily hate that right there. But then a Resident Evil Code Veronica remake, I mean, yeah, that's another game too. Also, that game that I can see that it could use a remake. So don't necessarily hate that either. But again, I could kind of go without it too, because overall, Code Veronica, not a bad Resident Evil game by no means, but it's not one of my more favorite ones. Um, and then also goes into the next one, right? The Resident Evil Zero remake. Again, it's like, really, we're remaking this one too? Okay. And then Resident Evil One remake, and that one too. Also, I'm like, really, we're redoing this one again? I mean, I guess Resident Evil One kind of makes sense to bring it in line, right, with the more modern remakes. So I'm assuming, right, to make it more or less like what they did with Resident Evil 2 and 3 and 4. So it's like, okay, that I guess that kind of makes sense. But the Code Veronica and the Resident Evil Zero remake, the Code Veronica one I can kind of understand, right? But the Resident Evil Zero one, I'm like, really, we're redoing that one? Um, and then Resident Evil 10. And so then the other part of that leak is that Resident Evil 10's protagonist would be Claire Redfield, and that it's being developed by the REX engine, which I believe is like an updated version of the RE engine, which I believe is what Requiem was running on. I'm not entirely sure on that. But then also hints of more than one story DLC for Resident Evil 9. So that's a lot, right? Supposedly it came from a pretty credible source, so we'll see if it all pans out. But yeah, I mean, I guess I would say I'd be. I mean, Capcom. The thing about Capcom is that they've been doing a really good job of like releasing some remakes, right? But at the same time, still releasing a lot of cool new stuff. Like, we had this year Resident Evil 9, which is really great, Pragmata, which is getting a lot of great reviews, and then also the upcoming Onimusha game, which looks pretty incredible. I mean, so it's like, it's not like they're not giving us new stuff either, right? So, yeah, you Capcom, as the kids say nowadays, you cook, all right? You guys cook. And I will say, the Devil May Cry, yeah, as I think about it more, that would be pretty exciting, the remake of that game there. And then the Resident Evil 1 remake too. That I think that would be kind of exciting. The Code Veronica and the Zero, I'd have to see them to see what it's all about if they're going to go that route. But again, kind of interesting. But we'll see if that all comes out true though. But next up though, for modern gaming news, and again, right now we're just kind of talking about just gaming in general, right? But it's for Yuji Horii, so the creator of Dragon Quest. So he's come out saying that he is set to show Dragon Quest 12 on the 27th of May, which is Dragon Quest Day. So we talked about it last episode, I believe, that there's some expectations that something cool will be shown here, and he came out himself saying that Dragon Quest 12 will be there. So that's exciting. I'm definitely curious to see what's going to go on with that game there. I mean, because we lost the composer, Koichi, I think I forgot his name, and then Akira Toriyama, right? Who he was. I mean, his artwork is Dragon Quest, right? I mean, they go hand in hand together, and so it'll be very interesting to see how they pull this game off, and not only that, going forward. Because this games have been in development for a while, so I would assume that both of them had some kind of a hand in making this game, at least to an extent, at least consulting, at least before their unfortunate passing. But going forward, though, what does Dragon Quest look like right after that? And Yuji Horii, I mean, he's a legend, but he's getting up there in age too, and that's just the unfortunate reality, right? Is that time is catching up to us, and a lot of the great video game designers of the past, they're getting up there in age, and I feel like we're still really blessed that they've still been able to output some games still, right, as we've gotten older. But that's just reality, right? I mean, and so it's sad to say, but hopefully, at least this game will be amazing. I'm sure it will be. And so, yeah, pretty excited to see what this game's all about. So it sounds like they'll announce something on the 27th of May, along with some other pretty cool stuff. I'm pretty excited to also they do like a Dragon Quest 11 Switch 2 version too. But then, so here's this comes to no surprise, but so Sega had been talking about this Super game for a while, like so just that's I think how they were announcing it, right? Like some kind of a Super game. But it's like, what is this? What exactly are they doing here? And well, they ended up canceling that, which is kind of no surprise. But it was supposed to be some kind of a live service game of some sort. So this is from the VGC. So Sega has canceled development of its Super game, and it pivots away from live service games. Thank God. Actually, I'm actually kind of happy about this. But the ambitious project was set to receive millions in investment. Um, Let's see. Sega has announced a cancellation of its ambitious Super game 5 years after it mentioned development of the project. In its latest financial results, Sega quietly confirmed the cancellation of Super game in a slide detailing a review of its live service efforts. Due to the weak performance of Sonic Rumble Party and its disappointing 2023 acquisition of Angry Birds creator Rovio, which has seen its sales decline significantly. Sega said it's lowering the priority of free-to-play games in the immediate future. Over 100 developers who were working on free-to-play titles have already been transferred to full game development teams, focusing on mainstay IPs, according to the company. Planned revivals of classic franchises just such as Crazy Taxi, Jet Set Radio, Golden Axe, and Streets of Rage remain in production, Sega said. Okay, so those games are still in the works. Announced on May 2021, Sega claimed that Super Game project would span multiple AAA titles that cross over Sega's comprehensive range of technologies and go beyond the traditional framework of games. In November 2021, Sega said it would consider investing up to 100 billion, then 882 million over 5 years to achieve its Super Game ambitions. The company's co-chief operating officer Shuji Utsumi provided an update on Super Game in late 2023. As the name implies, a super game involves the concept of a game that stands head and shoulders above normal games, he said. I encourage stakeholders to look forward to the fruit of our efforts, which includes R&D to create a game that builds a whole worldview involving the entire gaming ecosystem, including not only players but also streamers who stream the game and their viewers. Sega's pivot away from live service games comes amid a volatile market for blockbuster GAAS titles. I'm not sure what that is, which has seen a notable high profit flop in recent months as the majority of players remain entrenched in the biggest forever games like Fortnite and Roblox. Okay, so we've talked about this stuff before. And development cost balloon. Notably, the Game Awards Big Show announcement, High Guard announced its closures weeks after its launch earlier this year, while Amazon shut down multiple online games. Sega experienced its own high-profile live service game failures with Creative Assembly's Hyenas, which was canceled in 2023 after years of development and triggered a review of Sega European's operations. So there you go. Yeah, I'm actually happy for this. Hopefully, it didn't hurt them financially too much. I mean, it did hurt them, but I mean, for me personally, I'm happy with that. Right? Yes, Sega, go back to what you've done before in the past. That's worked really well. I mean, give us new IPs, absolutely, right? But let's not, live service. You know, there's a lot of stuff out there for people that like playing live service games, and so I feel like it seems like the industry is starting to wake up. I'm not completely sold that everyone's really steering away from this, but it seems like they're waking up and maybe making more smart choices on how they're trying to develop live service games, where it's not the main focus of everything that they're doing. Right? Um, we've already talked plenty of stories about how live service stuff has hurt the video game industry in a lot of ways, and so hopefully this will continue on. Again, there's still going to be live service games, and that's good for the people that like playing those games. It's just that not everything needs to be that, right? And I'm just glad that they're making more of a focus on the direction that they're going. So hopefully it pays off, right? Because it could be also that they come out with these games and then they flop too, right? So I guess time will tell, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, let's put our money where our mouths are, right? So but big news though that came out though is that Grand Theft Auto 6 seems to have gotten some kind of a pre-order. Its pre-order date date release leaked, and so this is all due to the Best Buy affiliate program. And so I don't understand much about it, but I think if you're subscribed to this, you get like notifications of like when upcoming things are coming out. And so people were noticing that they were getting some kind of a notice about a Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-order date. And so that would seem to be from May 18th to May 21st. So it could be this upcoming week. We're going to know more about it. And not only that, it seems like that may include a trailer as well. So yeah, actually, I'm starting to get a little bit more hype for this game. I know I've talked shit about it before. Well, not shit, but that it's like, I'm excited for it, but not super excited. I'm getting more and more excited as the time comes on. And again, a lot of it just has to do. I just want to see. I'm definitely curious about the game. I feel like I mean, it's a Grand. I've always had fun with Grand Theft Auto games. They're not like at the top of my list of like my favorite games of all time, but I have a lot of fun with them. And so I'm sure that this one will be no different. But I really want to see the technology behind this game too, also, right? And then also the cultural impact of what it's going to have. That's what I'm really curious about as well. And so I think that when the game comes out, like I might even play like a bit of it and maybe even post it on my YouTube channel, right? Just like a reaction of the game. And it's just because I feel like I'm really curious on the cultural impact of this game. And the game itself, like I said, I mean, it's like a modern day Vice City. That's pretty cool. I really enjoyed Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And so yeah, it sounds like we'll be getting more information from what it sounds like this coming week. So whatever ends up happening, I'm sure I'll have some kind of a mention on it with the following week's podcast. So yeah, pretty cool. So again, so for anyone that's new here listening in, I've been kind of using this segment too also to sort of track the news of Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3, whatever they choose to call it. So I've been giving like bits of information on them as much as I can, right? As information has been coming out. Now that game is my most anticipated game that I've been waiting for, possibly of all time. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this, right? It's funny because I was the other day I was kind of messing around with my daughters and um, I forgot something came out. Like there was like a trailer that came out of something. So I was just like being silly. I think it was like the He-Man trailer, right? The movie, which actually I'm actually kind of curious to see that. But I was like messing around, like I was super excited for it. So I started like screaming, almost like, "Oh my god, it's a He-Man trailer! Oh my god, oh my god!" And so then they thought it was funny. And so then ever since then, they keep telling me, "Daddy, scream like a girl, scream like a girl." I'm like, "Nope, I'm not." I was like, "I just did that for fun. I was being dumb." But I was like, "But I will scream like a girl when." The Marvel's Doomsday trailer first releases, which they still need to release that. Come on, guys. And the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 trailer gets released. When those two things come out, you will hear me scream like a little girl. All right. And so, anyway, so they've been anticipating that apparently. but but no, just wanted to kind of touch base on this and I guess give my take on it. This is not so much like uh, Naoki Hamaguchi, he did do some more recent interviews, and I didn't keep up with it though. But it sounds like everything's moving along, right? And he was just giving some takes on, the development of the game, the Zach in the game, and what his thoughts are as far as like just the relevance of the game and a lot of different things, right? And all the interviews are out there, so definitely encourage you to read them. I actually want to go and read those too, so that's why I don't want to talk about it, just because I didn't really get too invested in what they were talking about in those stories. But the one thing though that I kept seeing though, also another story that was sort of like kept coming up this past week, is this whole Final Fantasy VII drama that was going on, and apparently it seems to be linked to this dude, Maximilian dude. I think I mentioned him in the previous podcast. So this guy, he's definitely a pretty hardcore Final Fantasy VII fan, but like he's even said it himself before that he's not maybe as hardcore as some people out there, right? But he definitely loves. I think him and I would probably have like the same level of like love for this game, where we really love it. We really think it's great, but perhaps we're not as like hardcore as some of the other fans out there, because some fans out there are just, they seem a little unhinged, right? And I guess that's what happened. So anyway, so he got kind of pinned on this whole drama, but then it kind of blew up to like this major thing about how people are viewing this trilogy of remakes. Not just him, but something that he said, right, kind of highlighted something, right, within how people feel about it. So we'll kind of discuss it here a little bit. And so the main thing about it that came out is that I think there was like a quote or something that he said, something along the lines of like, if that if it doesn't do everything that it's supposed to set out to do, that the game will be a disappointment. And so they just kind of ran with that, saying like, that he hates the game. But so he came out, he even came out with a video that I saw, and it was kind of like, it's not necessarily that, like, you can be disappointed in something without, but still love it, right? Um, and so it blew up to this big old thing of like, what is this remake going to be, right? So like, if the remake is basically ends up being a sequel, and then the ending of this game leads into Advent Children and they're just Cerberus, so basically like right back where we left off, and we're just kind of continuing on from there. Will it be a disappointment, or is it going to be a disappointment if it really tries to do something different, right, and change what people have not loved and known for a long, excuse me, for a long time? That's kind of where the whole drama started on, right? And so basically one side calling out the other, right? Like, well, if you want it to be the same thing, well, what's the word now? A chill for like nostalgia. Or if you want it to change and be something different, then you're just you're ruining something that is a beloved classic. It's kind of the gist that I got of it all, right? So, and Final Fantasy VII is absolutely amazing, right? And the original game and then the remake trilogy. A lot of the other stuff that has come out, so again, Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core, Advent Children specifically, they're okay, right? They're okay, but definitely the original game and the remake trilogy so far have been great. Um, but it's not without its controversy. We're going to talk more about the controversy too regarding Final Fantasy VII Remake later in this episode, because we're going to talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake because it came out in 2020. But basically, so a bit of a spoiler, right? If you're not familiar with Final Fantasy VII, let's just say that they changed the story up, right? Or I will say this again, a bit of spoilers, right? I'm not going to go into the specifics as to why, but just throwing this out there, the changes that they made to Final Fantasy VII's remake's ending, because what we knew of what the game was going to be was that it takes place when you're in Midgar, so and the game ends when you leave Midgar, right? Which it does. It does. It absolutely does. However, what happens right before that is a huge change, right? I mean, it's like whoa, it's vastly different from what we've known in the previous game. And then same thing with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. What they do, how that game ends, it's very drastically, well, not drastically different, but there's a lot of changes, right? And so then the thing is like, where is this game going now? And is it going to stick the landing with this third installment? I will say this, and I feel like making some kind of a video or podcast of some sort of like kind of my wish list for part three. I feel remake and rebirth. I feel are really quality titles, right? They have their issues for sure. Like I would say, remakes overall, there's a little bit too much padding in some areas that I felt could have been done like more like side quests, maybe. And I mean, I kind of get it because they wanted to fill out the game more, but it also I feel like it brings it down more, right? So it does have some issues with that. But overall, though, I do enjoy my experience with that, right? I mean, the new reimagined vision of Final Fantasy VII, seeing it in these high fidelity graphics and all is really great. An amazing combat system that laid the groundwork for my favorite, really combat system. I think really in any game, because the way it mixes action with turn-based RPG is incredible. And again, the story, it's my beloved classic story that I used to love before, again, set in this Midgar, only fleshed out more, which again, I'm not a big fan of all the changes that they made, but for the most part, I do really like it a lot. And so all of that is great, right? Um, for me personally, what they did with the ending, it is a lot, right? It is a lot, but I am hooked enough to give it a chance to see what's going on. Same thing with Rebirth. Now, Rebirth is an incredible game. I really think this game is amazing, right? They really expanded on more of this, and of the part of the story that it's saying for the original Final Fantasy VII, because now you're out in the open world, and so then now in this new vision, right, they really let you go ham on just all the kinds of different side quests and mini games as fuck and all kinds of stuff, right? But there was like a lot of Final Fantasy VII goodness in this. I was just like a little kid in a candy store playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's amazing. I'm actually going through the game again, and it's funny because I just recently put up Final Fantasy VII Remake on my channel, and then I started doing Rebirth again, and because I beat that game when it first came out, and I beat it within about a week or so, which is actually quite pretty fast for someone like me that just doesn't get a lot of time to play. But I did take some days off for that, to play it, and I plan to do the same thing with part three. I don't know how many days I can take off, but I plan to take some days off just because I need to experience that game as intently as possible. But Rebirth, yeah, just had an amazing time. And so, anyways, as I'm replaying the game, I'm like, oh fuck! I was like, I remember how much I liked this game, and so I was going off of my old save file. But then I was like, I even make mention of it in I think it's like in the last one that I posted up there. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna actually just start the game from scratch, right? So like with where I'm back at square one, right? And so I can do all the stuff. Yes, even all the stupid towers and all that. I just want to get absorbed in this world so much. I want to soak it all in again right before the new one comes out. And so this will be a bit of a slow playthrough, right? Because I really want to get invested in everything. I did quite a bit of stuff in my first playthrough, but there's also a lot of stuff that I missed. So I want to try to go back and experience more of the overall world. Because the first time I played it, I was a bit of a rush to get through it, just because I really wanted to see the ending, right? So then that happened, right? And I'll talk a little bit about that here in a bit. But there was a lot that I missed, though, so I want to go back and do a lot of the side content and stuff. Now that I'm not going to be in such a rush to see what the ending is, because I already know what it is, right? But then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's ending also ended with a lot of controversy too, and so then you're kind of caught into these. So then that's where again the fandom kind of started getting split, right, by people that are they're ruining the original. It's not the same. They're messing with everything. Or people that are really excited for this and all, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, I think it comes down to, for me personally, right? And this is as a someone that was back in the, very much invested in the original one back in the day. Still, technically, my favorite game of all time. Although I'm kind of holding off to see what these new, how this trilogy ends. But we still have the original, right? The original still exists. And not only that, there's like really cool ways you can mod the original if you have the PC version of it, where it gives you can pretty much make it the remake that maybe a lot of people would have wanted, right? Like purists would have wanted more, where it's the same game, only you can improve like you can change the character models to look more like in line with like Tetsuya Nomura's original art from back then, which looks like outstanding, and then increase the resolution, widescreen, clean up the backgrounds more, and also introduce voice acting too. So I mean, really, I mean, it's I love playing the game like that. I have like that on my Steam Deck. It's really like a remaster of the original one, so that exists too, right? So there you go. If you wanted a remake of that sort, you can pretty much do that if you get the PC version, right? It's not too super complex to do. There's a bunch of great tutorials out there that'll teach you how to do that. You can buy the PC version for fairly cheap. There you go. So I think part of the reason why, and again, this is a part of me as a bit of a fanboy, right? Again, I love Final Fantasy VII. I don't think but some of the stuff that I've seen out there online about Final Fantasy VII, like some of the fandom, oh my god, it's a lot, right? Some people are a little unhinged. So I'm not at that level, right? And so, but what I can appreciate though is at the very least, it is the original creators doing it. I think I would have maybe have more of an issue if it was somebody else that came in and then they're doing their own take on Final Fantasy VII. Somebody that maybe is a fan of the game but didn't actually wasn't the original creator. This is the original creators. It's Yoshinori Kitase, Tetsuya Nomura, right? I mean, there were like and some other people I'm sure right involved in this project. I mean, we don't have Hironobu Sakaguchi, but we have a lot of the original creators that are still spearheading this here. We still have Nobuo Matsu's incredible score. A lot of remasters of his or of his music, uh, and Naoki Hamaguchi for his directing and his team and all. I mean, this is an incredibly talented team, and so that's where I'm like, because it's from the original creators. I'm gonna go along the ride with them. I'm gonna see where this goes. And so I've said it before that if I'm sure Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 will be amazing, right? As far as like the overall game for the most part. I think the main controversy with this game, because I know there's going to be some controversy with it, I can pretty much already call it, that it's going to be the same thing that it was with Remake and Rebirth. And that's the ending. Because what they've set up already, you can't ignore that. They can't ignore that because they already set it up in very drastic ways that they have to address it somehow within the overall story of how this is going to end. And so I will say this, like Remake and Rebirth, the ending was a bit out there for those games, but I'm intrigued though because there's a lot of intriguing elements to it though that I'm like, you know what? This could be something really special though. It could be leading to something really special. And as weird as it sounds, I know a lot of people are getting kind of tired of it. I kind of like the whole multiverse aspect of it, right? Maybe just because I really like the MCU and where I thought that they were going to go with the MCU in the multiverse, and I think that's all. Ultimately it was a bit of a letdown, right? And all, but where I thought they were going to go with it and all, and then I really, what they did with the story with Infinity War and Endgame with the time traveling and all, I thought that was pretty cool. So okay, so bit of spoiler there, right, for those games there, but um, but let's just say like but I'm intrigued enough, right? So let's just say Final Fantasy. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing game. It's going to have cool gameplay, cool exploration, cool graphics, cool characters. The characterization, the dialogue, and all that. I'm sure it's going to be amazing, right? Going to come down to the ending. So let's just say like if Final Fantasy VII is a remake part 3, it's going to be really great overall, but the ending just is a bit of a letdown. I will still happily. I still feel like it'll still probably be one of my favorite games of all time, and that's kind of all three of them together, right? Remake, Rebirth, and then whatever part 3 ends up being called. Because the journey overall was amazing. I mean, like I said, I'm playing Rebirth right now. I'm like, man, this is just fucking amazing. I am so blown away by how they relive this game again with these new graphics and gameplay. Because the gameplay in Rebirth is absolutely amazing, right? The combat in Rebirth is the one that's my favorite of all time. It's truly amazing what they did with it. Um, so I will still be pleasantly um, entertained with remake part 3 if that ends up being the case, right? It will knock it down a few pegs, all right and all, if ultimately if it doesn't stick the landing all the way through with the ending, right? But if it does something good, where at least for me personally, if I really enjoy it, this whole project will be amazing. I truly feel that, like, and again, I'm a sucker for it, right? I think it's going to be amazing. I understand the criticism though, for sure. There's certain elements in the story, like when I was playing Remake recently, there was part of the stories where I'm like, okay, we could have done without this. So this is actually a little cringe. So I get the criticisms on it, for sure, right? But I feel like we already have access to the original. The original is amazing. We have cool ways to play that the original one too, also where you can, envision it in a different way, right, with all the mods and all. That let's see what this one will do. Let's just kind of see what happens. And one thing that I think Naomi Hamaguchi came out saying that about a year ago or so, that he wanted like a happy ending for these characters. And so if they and I have an idea of how I think they will go with the story. And again, this is just for fun, right? I love watching like theory crafting videos and all that because I take it like it's not like something that is set in stone. I just feel like it's fun to talk about that kind of stuff, and so I like watching like a lot of like lore exploration and theory crafting of this game because that's a big part of the fun. But I have an idea where they might go with it, especially given that quote that I think it was Hamaguchi that said that. I think it is cool, right? That if it ends like in a way, because Final Fantasy VII, the original one, ends in a very hopeful yet kind of very vague way, and ultimately, obviously, things didn't work out because we still had Advent Children and then Dirge of Service and the events that happen in those, right? Which there's another crisis of some sort, right, that they have to deal with. So if they find a way to finish off this whole trilogy in a way that's like a happy ending, right, where maybe they don't have to deal with the events that end up leading to Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus, then cool. That I find that fascinating if they still stick to the main themes of what the first one's ending was. So I think that there's a lot of potential there, and I think they get it. I really strongly feel like they do, and they will do pretty good on the ending. Because if it does stick the landing on the ending, then that'll be I feel like it's going to be an amazing overall project. That yes, for me, it was well worth the effort that they did to put this project out there, right, for everyone. So my hope for it is that because of the bold choices that they've decided to do with remake and rebirth, as far as changing up the story, is that they stick to those changes. Don't like back down on it because of a lot of the feedback I'm sure that they've gotten. You went in this direction. Let's see it through all the way, right? And I'm gonna trust that they go in that direction, right? Because I mean, really, we're already kind of knee deep in it, right? And so if they try to pivot back and kind of stick more to the original one, I feel like it's going to lose a lot of its impact, and so then it comes back to like, then what was the whole point? So that's why I'm hope that they're bold enough to just stick to the changes that they've made and see it through to the end, right? Because I'd rather they do that, and then the ending comes out a little ho hum, as opposed to them just forcing themselves to stick to the original story, just because they were maybe too scared to be bold enough to see how the changes that they made play out. That's my thought on the whole thing. But the other thing too also is, and I think this goes with just a lot of different media. We live in the age of social media, and where everyone's opinion now gets put out there, and you know, I I'm cut off from a lot of that discourse and all because there's a big part of me and all that. It's like, yeah, I mean, I could join like a forum of some sort, right, and all to discuss something that I really like. Part of the reason why I started this podcast so I can talk about things that I really like. But holy shit, a lot of that discourse is very negative, and I am not willing to get myself involved in that kind of stuff with Final Fantasy VII because that's a very toxic fandom from what I've seen. And I understand passion for something, right, that you really love, but it just seems like not only was Final Fantasy VII, but just like whether if it's gaming or movies in general and all, or just a lot of other things. It's like you can't have a discussion about something where you're truly passionate about something and you just want to discuss it, understanding the flaws, not understanding that people hate it, no, which is perfectly fine, but without having like some major backlash towards it, it's insane. And if something doesn't work for you, that's fine. Like I understand the criticism for Final Fantasy VII remake, but if someone really loves it, let them love it. I mean, Jesus, it's I mean, one thing is if you're putting out criticism of the game, that's one thing, right? That's absolutely fine. There is criticism to the game, but where this hate comes from, though, and all, it's just incredible. And I'm sure it probably works the other way around too. Like if you have legitimate criticism of the game and you're putting that out there, that's fair game, right? And if someone that really loves Final Fantasy VII goes out there and attacks that person, well, that's wrong too, right? But I don't know. It just seems like nowadays, though, you can't really like love something, like a work of art of some sort, without facing like this major backlash. It's uh, um, it's pretty incredibly sad, I guess is one way to put it. Um, but anyway, just wanted to talk a bit about that there, as I kept seeing the story pop up, and just wanted to provide my little take on that there. But continuing on here, now we're going to pivot over to Nintendo, and just a few stories here for Nintendo. And so, The Legend of Zelda, the movie that comes out next year, so it actually got a bit of good news. Is that it was originally scheduled to come out, I think, on May 7th of next year, so roughly a little over a year from, or a little under a year from now. But then it got a release date that's actually going to be sooner, and that is on the 30th of April of 2027. So I think it was Shigeru Miyamoto that made an official announcement on that. So yeah, we'll get to see it 1 week earlier, at least for those that are able to see it, when it comes out. That's cool. I'm curious about that movie. I'm starting to get pretty hyped for it. Nintendo released a bundle for their Switch 2 that is at $500 with a game. And I believe the games are Donkey Kong Bonanza, Mario Kart World, and Pokemon Pictopia. So three of like its biggest games, right, that have come out on the Switch 2 that are specific to the Switch 2. And you can get it for $500. Interesting timing, right? Seeing as, I think we talked about it last episode where they made the official announcement too that it's going to get a bump up in price in September. So this bundle, I think it's going to come out soon. So my thought is just Nintendo kind of like trying to soften the blow of what's going to happen later, right? And where it is going to be at $500 for just the system itself. That's my thought. It's like they're like, you know, they're like, hey, sorry, we had to do this, which did you really though? Did you really? But whatever the case is, right? I think it's just sort of like almost like an apology kind of way, and I think it's kind of the gist that I get from this here. But yeah, I mean, I would say that'd be a pretty good bundle to get because I mean, if you're buying a Switch 2, those are probably be the three games that you would be seeking to get if you want something exclusive to the Switch 2. So there you go. Now would be a good time as any to buy it if you're wanting to get the Switch 2. But speaking of Switch 2 games, and one that's probably not on that list there for games you can get if you decide to get that bundle is Metroid Prime 4. And part of the reason might be is because they came out with Nintendo came out with a quarterly report, and Metroid Prime 4 Beyond wasn't on there. The reason being because it did not sell over 1 million units. Now, we talked a few weeks back where supposedly it did, right? So there was somebody that asked somebody at Nintendo or something that like, no, yeah, it did sell over 1 million, but that was with the Switch and the Switch 2 sales combined. Individually, neither one of them sold over 1 million. So that's at least in this quarter report that came out. So what does that mean for the franchise, for specifically Metroid Prime? Who knows? I'm hoping that Nintendo or whoever makes these decisions, right, because it sounds like we've talked a little bit about the troubled development that Metroid Prime 4 had. And so hopefully they take that into consideration. Like, look, that retro, I it's kind of weird because of how long Metroid Prime 4 took to come out, but let them start from scratch on doing something what they were best on doing. But would that even work though? Now that I'm thinking about it, because again, these companies don't necessarily have a lot of the same talent that they did when they were creating their masterpieces back in the day. So I don't know. I hope it's not the end of the Metroid Prime series. I think there's still a lot of different ways you can go with that series there. And a big part of that is bringing back the classic Metroidvania style level designs and all, because that's really what was missed in this previous one, more so than the NPCs and everything. I think that's one of the main things that was missing. It was like, it just didn't feel like a Metroidvania game, considering that it's a Metroid game, right? And I mean, you're going to lose a part of your audience with that. I mean, I know that's what threw me off on the game. It's like, yeah, it's cool. And there's actually a lot of things that I do like about Metroid Prime 4, but the main thing that I'm kind of like, I still haven't beaten it yet. And it's just because I'm like, it's a bit of a chore to get through. The level designs is kind of lame actually on it. And it just because it just didn't stick with that Metroid formula, which is part of why people buy Metroid games. But Hopefully, like I said, it doesn't ruin the series. I mean, I'm sure they'll still do 2D Metroid games because that one seems to be, that 2D Metroid game still seems to be doing pretty good. But on that note, though, too, also, I did see something that Mercury Steam laid off a bunch of people, and so yikes, that's not good. I know I don't know if I saved anything on it, but yeah, I mean that sucks. So, but the company didn't get disbanded as far as I know, but they did lay off a bunch of people. Though. But then also just a small little news here for Nintendo, nothing major, but kind of interesting, I guess, is that starting on May 27th of this year, Nintendo is rebranding its official online storefront, dropping the My from its title. So it used to be called the My Nintendo Store. Now it's just going to be called Nintendo Store. So as far as everyone knows, from what I've seen, there's no major changes that is happening to services, products, or member benefits, and so it seems to be in multiple regions. So it says in Japan, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. I'm assuming the United States too, but not sure. And so it looks like the shift is intended to simplify branding and align the web storefront with the Nintendo Store app. So nothing major, but just little change that they did there. I think I talked about how also with the PlayStation 2 they were doing something similar. There you go. Let's see. So then jumping over to Xbox news, we'll touch base a bit on this. Is so Forza Horizon 6 is getting some pretty good reviews overall. Like Game of the Year reviews. I mean, people are really raving about this game and they really seem to like it. I mean, it's kind of more like Forza Horizon 5 in a sense, but has a lot of cool, I guess, racing modes that it has and all, especially because it's in Tokyo, and Tokyo's kind of known for having like street racing and all. So it seems like they did a pretty good job with like mimicking some of that. But the same great open world racing gameplay as the previous Horizon games. The game seems like it looks outstanding, especially on the PC. I did see a Digital Foundry's video on that, and they were showing off the PC version, which looks like again, I'm not too much like for ray tracing and everything, but what they were showing off in that one, and then when they compared it to the ones that did it, like for example, when you turn ray tracing off or against the Xbox version, it's like okay, that does look pretty sweet. I mean, that does look cool. But the Xbox version though looks like it still looks pretty good if it has performance and graphics, and if you have the graphics mode, it has some some of that ray tracing, not quite to the level of the PC version, but it does have some. But you get it, it only runs at 30 frames per second in that mode, but then the performance mode runs at a pretty smooth 60 frames per second, but you do lose some of those ray tracing effects. So but either way, I'm actually really excited about playing this game. I love the Forza Horizon games. It's sort of been like my racing game that I've been wanting to have since ever since Project Gotham Racing went out, because I like racing games. I don't like them too realistic, but I don't like and I love arcade style racing games. But if I want like a racing game, I guess if I'm not like too leaning one way into the one or the other, uh, Forza Horizon has been like that perfect middle ground, right? Because I used to get that with Project Awesome Racing. Now this is my series, right? So I'm actually really excited about this. Comes out on the 19th, I believe. So I actually did subscribe to Game Pass again, just because I do want to check this game out, and so yeah, so I'm actually pretty excited about this. I already got it pre-installed on my Xbox, so yeah, that'll be. I'll try to play that at some point next week and provide some feedback on it. And so then Xbox though, so they came out with a survey for what are like your favorite games that you wish to have back on the Xbox for via backwards compatible, and so this is the list that they came out. And so for original Xbox games, these were the ones that were the top 10 that were voted. So pretty, some pretty obvious ones here, all right. But then also like a lot of license stuff, I think, is what people are going for too. Because I think part of it because there was some cool license games, and also because I think people understand the slim chances of these coming back too, right? So it's like if there's any chance that they could, I think that's why a lot of people voted for these also too. But also because they're good games. So number one for the original Xbox was The Simpsons Hit and Run. Number two was Jet Set Radio Future. Number three, let's see, was for Need for Speed Underground 2. Number four was Sonic Heroes. Number five was Def Jam Fight for New York. Number six was Burnout 3 Takedown. Number seven, Spider Man 2. Number eight, Ultimate Spider Man. Number nine, Crash Twinsanity. And number 10, Sonic Riders. So for the Xbox 360, and this makes me happy because whether if it will happen or not, who knows? but at the very least, it's like we did what we could, right, to try to make this happen, and that's bringing back some of the Transformers games, because the 360 list was dominated by Transformers games. So number one, Transformers War for Cybertron. Number two, Transformers Fall of Cybertron. And yes, those are the two games that I want back so bad. So I'm glad that at the very least, those were the top two voted games, because it's like, come on, Microsoft, you got to make it happen. So that's awesome. But number three is also really cool. Need for Speed Most Wanted. And then number four, Transformers Devastation. Number five, Transformers Dark of the Moon. A lot of Transformers games, which it's the first two that I mentioned that are the ones that I'm really excited for. But the number six, Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Number seven, Transformers the Game. Number eight, Transformers Revenge of the Fallen. Number nine, Spider-Man Web of Shadows. And number 10, Deadpool. So a lot of licensed games there, right? But then also like the games that were the top voted that didn't necessarily have like a license. So it was number one was Alpha Protocol, number two Eternal Sonata, number three Brute Force, which Brute Force I wish they would bring back. I think that gets pretty cool. Number four Wet, number five The Saboteur, number six Dark Watch, which that's another game that I really wish they would bring back. Number seven Gun, number eight Singularity, number nine Remember Me, and number 10 25 to Life. So again, so who knows if we'll see these games put back on there? But yeah, but those were the top 10 ones that were voted for those systems there for the Xbox game preservation. So here's hoping, right, that they'll something, because they mentioned that they're trying to make this a big deal again, right, with backwards compatibility and game preservation. So here's hoping that they make that happen somehow, because that would, if they at least bring back those Transformer games, that would make me really happy. But we shall see, though. All right, and so then just kind of touching base a bit here for Sony PlayStation news. So Sony, so it looks like there was a report that came out that Sony lost about $765 million via the Bungie and Marathon's failure. So that game seems to have been pretty much a flop. I think it's pretty much confirmed now. And again, another live service, right? That just didn't do that well. So. Uh, what is the legacy of the PlayStation 5 going to be? Right? It just didn't, and it's selling good. There was another thing too. Also, well, I guess I'll talk a little bit about it now. I saw something about that one of the PlayStation's head honchos or something like that said something like the PlayStation doesn't even need a console or something like that. Basically, almost like bragging though that we don't even need exclusives, or because our system is selling really good anyways. I think it was kind of maybe taken a little bit out of context, where I think it's just saying like, you know, that a lot of like the third party games out there are selling really well on the PlayStation still and all, which I mean they are. It's just because the PlayStation sort of became like the default system. But when you think about the PlayStation 5, as far as like previous systems, obviously they had their third party games also, but then they also had the cool Sony PlayStation game. We don't really get that with this generation as much. And it's not that there've been bad games. I mean, there's Eternal, God of War Ragnarok, Ratchet and Clank, Breath Apart, Spider-Man 2, Sorrow seems to be doing pretty well also. Well, I did think I think I saw something that it wasn't selling quite that well, but the game seems to have gotten pretty good reviews. So there's definitely been games. It's just that it's just not it's definitely going to be one of the, it's not going to be looked upon with as loving eyes as like the PlayStation 1 through the 4, because PlayStation 1 through the 4 had amazing games on there, right? They were exclusive to those systems. PlayStation 5 has some, but not quite as much. So because they were just focusing on this live service stuff, and so here's another example of that failing. And again, that's with Marathon's failure on it. So kind of sucks, but I think I saw something that they're adding a bunch of new modes or anything to maybe try to hook new players, but we'll see. I mean, it sounds like ultimately it's just not the hit that they hoped they probably would have been. And then just ending up on this here, so Nate the Hate, who he's definitely been a reliable leaker, right? We've talked about some of the stuff that he's mentioned before that came true, and so he has stated that there should be a state of play for Sony coming out sometime before the end of this month. So cool, right? I mean, I guess we'll see what we see at this. Will Final Fantasy VII Part 3 come out on there? Probably not. I'm thinking. I'm still not convinced with the Summer Game Fest now, because it's going to be so close to when the Rebirth comes out on the Xbox and the Switch too. But I definitely don't think it'll be on the Sony state of play. But if it does, that'd be awesome. But I'm like 99% sure that it won't, though. Wanted to add this extra segment in here as I'm starting to edit my podcast. And basically, this is regarding for, again, another update on the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3. And so there's some interesting information that has come out that potentially could give an insight as to when we might expect the game and even potentially the reveal of the game for, whatever they choose to call it. So Square Enix released their financial report for the fiscal year, I believe. And so ultimately it's kind of showing, how much they earn, right, on the previous fiscal year. And so when we're starting to break this apart or break this down a bit, so it looks like Square Enix's financial year is from March to March. So or I should say like the 1st of April to the 31st of March of the next year. And so my understanding of this, and this is a very loose understanding, so, even though I work in the banking world, I'm not too familiar with a lot of these like economic reports and whatnot. But basically, it's when usually a company, especially like a big company, they'll announce like a set amount of games or projects that they're releasing within their fiscal year. And so, for example, like this year, I believe, so basically the fiscal year of April 1st of this year, leading into March 31st of next year, Square Enix has announced several projects, right? So, for example, the remake and rebirth part on the ports on the Switch 2 and on the Xbox, and some other projects, I believe, and then also their big one, some kind of an expansion pass for Final Fantasy 14. And so that's it. So those things were announced, and so it seems to be that that's kind of the expectation, right? It's that those are the games coming out within that fiscal year, again, from April 1st of this year till March 31st of next year. And so there was never any mention of Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3, right? Because if the speculation was that if the game was going to come out within the first quarter of next year, so again, from January to March of next year. So because of all this, and then I guess some of the things that people were seeing in this new fiscal report that Square Enix just put out, the speculation now is that the game likely won't see an release until after April 1st of next year, which is not that far off, right? I mean, if we were already thinking it was going to come out in the first quarter, right? Maybe what's another month or two or so. But that just kind of seems to be potentially the reality of when this game might release. And I mean, I don't know much about this kind of stuff. And again, not necessarily that this is 100% true, but that's just kind of the ongoing theme that I was seeing online a bit. And I mean, it seems to make sense, right? I mean, when these developers and publishers release a game, it's usually they try to do it to their benefit of when they can see the best profit growth from it, right? Of however they're structuring their company's budget and all that fun stuff. And so because on that lines there, I mean, it seems to make sense, right? That the game would come out within the next fiscal year. And so, again, not that much further out, right? But just, again, if we were expecting it during the first quarter of 2027, probably not. It's going to be my guess, but again, we'll wait to see on it. But because then Final Fantasy VII actually didn't end up coming out until April, anyways, right, of 2020. So again, it's well still within range, right, of when we were hoping to see it. But then the next question is, when can we see the reveal of the game? And so again, everyone's been hoping for Summer's Game Fest, and I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on that still, if it's going to be revealed there. The one thing that, as we got the release date of Rebirth coming out on the Switch 2 and on the Xbox, being on June 3rd. And so just 2 days later, right on June 5th, at the Summer's Game Fest, I feel like that's a little too soon. It almost seems like they would want to give some gamers a chance to play Rebirth, and considering that that's a really long game too, before they started showing off the reveal. And if the game isn't coming out until April, right, that's pushing it out a bit further. And so meaning that the reveal might be pushed out a little bit further. But out of curiosity, and again, it's not to say that it's going to follow the same path as the marketing for Remake and Rebirth, but just out of curiosity, I was like, well, I remember that they announced Rebirth pretty early on. And so, yeah, so I looked it up, and so it was on June 16 of 2022 during the Final Fantasy VII 25th anniversary celebration stream that they made an announcement of the game, the first teaser. And the teaser doesn't really have a whole lot, which is probably what we would expect for the first teaser of part 3 anyways. But that was pretty early on, right? That they made that announcement. But I think I've talked about it before that I don't know if they want to do that again too also, because sometimes it's like that weird state where if you announce it too soon, then, or too early, I mean, then that's, it could, excuse me, it could, I don't know. I feel like it's sometimes announcing things a little too early can sort of make players eventually sort of forget about your game a bit. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I guess not maybe necessarily with this game, but I don't know. It just seems like it would be a little bit too early. But then if you obviously announce it too late, you're not building up enough hype for the game. So, but again, that was the first teaser though, right? And that was so let's see. Somebody did the calculation here, about 622 days from the date that they revealed that trailer until the game actually came out. So that's almost 2 years there. Well, 2 years and a half or so, give or take. But so we're past that now, right? And so, I mean, I guess time wise, yeah, I mean, it would make sense, right? As far as like, if it does end up coming out, like, let's say in April or in May, where, maybe we could see an announcement at the Summer's Game Fest, because then at that, I guess at that point there, it seems to fall, it'd be right within a year's range, right, of when the game would be released. So, that would give them a full year for them to market the game. But I don't know. It's kind of up in the air, obviously, right? This is just speculation. But I'm still feeling like Summer's Game Fest is going to be a little too early. And don't get me wrong, I would love to see it. I'm really hoping that they show it. It's just, I don't know. I'm starting to get the feeling it's a little bit too early still. But I would be surprised, though, if it's not before the summer, though. Now, Summer's Game Fest seems to make the most sense, because that's going to probably be the show that has the most eyes on it. But, I don't know. It's just the I mean, I guess you can build a hype. I guess if they do it like a really subtle teaser, right? Which is what I'm expecting anyways, and I guess that way it's not giving too much of a spoilers, right? For people that are barely starting to get caught up on Rebirth, but we'll see. Either way though, I mean, my guess is that it's definitely going to be before the end of summer, and I would almost bet on that, but we'll see. I guess again, I know that they've been talking a lot about it, that the game is progressing smoothly and all, it's coming along great, this and that, but they haven't really speculated anything though as far as when we're actually going to see a reveal of it. So it's all up in the air, and so this is just thoughts that are out there, right? But all right, so let's start getting into here though for the year 2020 and what that brought to video games. And there was a lot this year. I'm going to try to cover it as much as I can. Some of the stuff I might just sort of, give just a bit of insight, or I might try to give a bit more of a breakdown. I'm sort of doing this off the cuff, so we'll see how this goes. But 2020, obviously there was a big event that happened in 2020, in the COVID, right? And so COVID had so much of an impact as far as everything globally, really. I mean, COVID, we're still feeling the effects of it to this day, right? And honestly, I don't know this for sure, and I'm not starting to get into like any kind of like theory, fear mongering or anything like that. But I am almost thinking that I might still be suffering from some side effects, like health side effects because of COVID. I don't know for sure. It's just, and I'm not one like, I'm not like an anti-vaxxer, but I'm not a complete denier of it either, right? And I just try to stick to what I know and what I feel and what seems right. But I'll get into it a little bit here. But as far as like potential health issues with COVID, that I'm still feel I might be suffering from, but I don't know 100% for sure, right? But ultimately, either way, though, COVID had a big lasting impact, and the video game industry, was definitely involved in all that. However, it kind of benefited from it, though. And the changes that were made to the video game industry are still things that are kind of felt to this day, as far as some of the choices that a lot of companies are making. Long story short, people were stuck at home, and so well, what else do you do, right? Well, play video games, right? And so that's where video games are a huge, jump in like profits and all. I'm sure we'll kind of get into it here a bit, but it was interesting. And we had some pretty big releases also that came out this year. The Sony PlayStation had a pretty good year. Well, sorry, the Sony PlayStation 4. And then we also saw the release of 2 new systems. So lots going on. Lot happened this year. So let's try to break this all down here. So, in the video game industry, 2020 saw the launch of the next generation of video game consoles, with both Microsoft and Sony Interactive Entertainment having released the Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5 consoles, respectively, in November of 2020. The industry was heavily affected by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which had begun in March and was characterized by COVID-19 lockdowns and remote work. While this caused numerous delays in software and hardware releases and the cancellation of live conferences and events in favor of virtual shows, it also created a boom for the industry as people turned to gaming as a means to pass the time. The industry also reacted to various political and cultural events. Mobile gaming continued its growth as a major platform for video gaming. As part of this, Epic Games initiated the Epic Games versus Apple lawsuit over mobile app store revenues cut policies. Major planned acquisitions included Xbox Game Studios' acquisition of ZeniMax Media and its subsidiaries, and Electronic Arts outbidding Take-Two Interactive for Codemasters. Let's see. Series with new installments included Animal Crossing, Assassin's Creed, Bloodstain, Bomberman, Call of Duty, Cook, Surf, Delicious, Cookie Run, Crash Bandicoot, Danganronpa, Deadly Premonition, Dirt, Doom, Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, Grand Blue Fantasy, Half-Life, Kingdom Hearts, Kirby, The Last of Us, The Legend of Zelda, Mafia, Mana, Medal of Honor, Megami Tensei, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Minecraft, MLB The Show, Mystery Dungeon, Neo, Oddworld, One Piece, Ori, Paper Mario, Persona, Project Cars, Resident Evil, Rune Factory, Serious Sam, Shantae, Spelunky, Spider-Man, Star Wars, Streets of Rage, Super Mario, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. Wait, did I just say Streets of Rage? God, I never thought, I know that the game, there was a new game in the century come out, but if I was like a kid looking back at this, I was like, we had a new Streets of Rage game in 2020? But anyways, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Total Wars, Trails, Vampire, The Masquerade, Wasteland, Watch Dogs, Windjammers, Yakuza, Commander and Conquer, and Zombie Army. Let's get into this a little bit, though, about the Epic Games versus Apple, because this is kind of important here. So I'll just kind of touch base a bit on this. Let's see. So the Epic Games Inc. versus Apple Inc. was a lawsuit brought by Epic Games against Apple in August of 2020 in the United States District Court for the Northern District of California related to Apple's practices in the iOS App Store. Epic Games specifically had challenged Apple's restrictions on the app from having other in-app purchasing methods outside of the one offered by App Store. Epic Games founder Tim Sweeney had previously challenged the 30% revenue cut that Apple takes on each purchase made in the App Store, and with their game Fortnite, wanted to either bypass Apple or have Apple take less of a cut. Epic implemented changes in Fortnite intentionally on August 13th of 2020 to bypass the App Store payment system, prompting Apple to block the game from the App Store and leading to Epic filing its lawsuit. Apple filed a countersuit asserting Epic purposely breached the terms of the contract with Apple to goad it into action and defend itself from Epic's suit. The trial ran from May 3rd to May 2020 to May 24th of 2021. In September of 2021, ruling in the first part of the case, Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers decided in favor of Apple on 9 of 10 counts, but found against Apple on its anti-steering policies under the California Unfair Competition Law. Rogers prohibited Apple from stopping developers from informing users of other payment systems within apps. Both Epic and Apple appealed the judgment, but in April of 2023, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal in large part affirmed the District Court's decision. In April 2024, the Supreme Court denied the full appeals of both Apple and Epic in the case, leaving the case primarily a victory for Apple and allowing them to continue restricting app distribution to their App Store and continue restricting in-app purchases to Apple's payment systems, but requiring Apple to allow developers to link to external websites offering alternate payment options. While Apple implemented App Store policies to allow developers to link to alternative payment options, the policy still required the developer to provide a 27% revenue share back to Apple and heavily restricted how they could be shown in apps. Epic filed complaints that these charges violated the ruling, or these changes violated the ruling, and in April of 2025, Rogers found for Epic that Apple had willfully violated her injunction, placing further restrictions on Apple, including banning them from collecting revenue shares from non-Apple payments methods or imposing any restrictions on links to such alternative payment options. Though Apple is appealing this latest ruling, they approved the return of Fortnite with its third-party payment system to the App Store in May of 2025. Epic also filed another lawsuit, Epic versus Google, the same day, which challenges Google's similar practices on the Google Play App Store for Android, after Google pulled Fortnite following the update for similar reasons as Apple. However, the case centered more on the practices and deals that Google, as a dominant tech giant, wielded over partners to assure use of the Play Store. In December 2023, a jury ruled against Google in that it had unlawfully maintained its monopoly on the Android environment. So it's kind of like, if we're going to put our game on, is it fair, right, for basically Apple to take their cut, knowing that Fortnite's a big money maker, right? Or is Epic entitled to all that money, even if they choose to distribute it on different platforms? So, it kind of went both ways and all. I can see, like argument against each side, but, I've always been wary of Apple just because, they're good at really like getting people into their ecosystem. But then once you're in there, there's a lot of limitations as far as what you can do with Apple. And at least last time I used Apple products, I have an iPad, but I don't really use like an iPhone. And I don't really mess around too much like on the app stores and all on my iPad. But I just remember doing tech support for Apple, years ago. This would have been years ago. This would have been in 2010 or so. And so a little bit that I did there, I remember getting a lot of complaints about like just how restrictive Apple products can be when you're just trying to do something, right, that let's say you can normally do on a regular PC. There's ways to do it and all. There's just definitely, at least back then, you have to kind of do things in a more roundabout way. Funny little story. I was doing tech support one time, and I got this call, and this guy was just trying to use, what was he trying to do? So he had a MacBook, and he was trying to, I think, like add in their like Windows Player, if I remember right. And so we had a bit of a limited scope as far as what we could do tech support on, right, if it wasn't like Apple stuff. And so I remember trying to explain this to this customer, and he got so upset. And at one point I'm like, sir, are you there? I'm trying to explain to you, like, how to try to do this. And so I heard him yelling in the background, and all. I was like, what is going on? And then finally, like, you're making me so upset. I just grabbed the 2x4 and broke it over my knee. I was like, oh God. So I was like, okay, well, this call's going lovely. But basically, there's Apple has just certain, they're very much into getting you into their ecosystem, right? Using their software and products and all that. And so, in a sense, I'm sure, like, if you're trying to sell something on the App Store, having to take that 30% cut is probably a bit frustrating. Nobody seems to have really challenged it before, from what I understand, but it looks like Epic finally did, and ultimately just kind of came at looks like there was rulings on both sides, right? But which is kind of interesting, though, right? And all that they chose to challenge them, which I get it too, also. But thought I'd just touch base on that there, because I remember that being kind of a big deal. But then the other thing too, also, so as far as for like Xbox Game Studios, how they made their acquisition of ZeniMax, which basically ZeniMax has like but that's a Softworks is probably the main one, right? So what that did is that it ended up bringing companies or games like the Elder Scrolls and Doom are probably the biggest ones into their, basically almost making them like a first party, I guess. And so that was a pretty big acquisition. Not as big as one that they made later, but with Activision, but was a pretty big deal though at that time. And again, this is Xbox trying to build its portfolio of first party developers that they can have to try to output more games. But let's see here. Okay, financial performance. So the global market for video games based on 2020 revenues was estimated to exceed $179.7 billion, according to the International Data Corporation. The growth of 20% over 2019 revenue is attributed to the surge in spending in video games from the COVID-19 pandemic, along with the releases of the new consoles. Superdata Research estimated the global video game market grew by 12% in 2020 to a total of $139.9 billion in revenue. Mobile games accounted for over $73.8 billion or 58% of the market, with computer games at $33.1 billion and console games at $19.7 billion. Virtual and augmented reality had about $6.7 billion, while video game content such as online streamers generated an additional $9.3 billion. Damn. Newzoo estimated the global market for video games in 2020 was $177.8 billion, a 23.1% increase from 2019 buoyed. Oh my God, how do you pronounce that word? I know I've heard it so many times, I can't seem to pronounce it. But anyway, BUOYED by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, Newzoo anticipated that the 2021 market will see a decline as the world recovers from COVID-19 and spread on video games. And spending on video games slows down, but otherwise the revenue would remain on track to break $200 billion in revenue by 2023. Yeah. According to PricewaterhouseCoopers, while the overall global entertainment and media market dropped by 3.8% during 2020, the video game market grew by 10% over the year due to the use of video games to help with social distancing during COVID-19 lockdowns. So the largest market. So according to market research firm Newzoo, the following countries were the largest video game markets in 2020. So China was at number one with 45,642 million. Number two was United States with 39,065 million. Japan was 20,763 million. Number four was South Korea with 7,530 million. Germany was number five with 5,702 million. Number six was the United Kingdom with 5,117 million. Number seven was France with 4,024 million. Number eight was Canada with 3,551 million. Number nine was Italy with 3,205 million. And number 10 was Brazil with 2,228 million. So for the highest grossing games, so again, these are for let's see. So highest grossing games, each of the top 10 titles gross more than 1 billion. Wow. And so let's see. So number one was Players Unknown Battlegrounds with 2,824 million. Number two was Honor of Kings Arena of Valor with 2,564 million. Number three was Roblox with 2,290 million. Number four was Garena Free Fire with 2,130 million. Number five was Animal Crossing New Horizons. So Nintendo kind of broke in there with 2 billion. Number six was Pokemon Go with 1,920 million. Number seven was Call of Duty Modern Warfare Warzone with 1,913 million. Number eight was League of Legends with 1,750 million. Number nine was Candy Crush Saga with 1,660 million. And number 10 was AFK Arena with 1,450 million. Let's see. Fortnite is not on here. I wonder why. All right, but for the best-selling premium games here, let's see. So number one was Animal Crossing with New Horizons with 31,800,000 units sold with a revenue of $2 billion. Number 2 was Call of Duty Modern Warfare with 25,250,000 in units sold with a revenue of $1,913,000,000. And number 3 was FIFA 2020. Shows units sold unknown, but the revenue was $1,083,000,000. Number 4 was Grand Theft Auto 5 Online, which is Grand Theft Auto 5 overall. So 20 million units sold with 911 million in revenue. And Cyberpunk 2077 sold 13 million units. All right. Sorry. Had to cut off there for a bit. So let's see. Sorry. So this might sound kind of weird as I'm editing this together, but Cyberpunk 2077. So 13 million units sold with a revenue of 609 million. So Cyberpunk came out at the end of the year, right? And it was really highly anticipated. We're going to get into Cyberpunk more because that's a whole story in itself. But the demand for it was there. It definitely sold well. But number 6, Among Us, so that sold at 127 million. I'm sorry, 12. Oh my God, I'm like, it's early in the morning. 12,700,000. Doesn't show how much revenue though. And then for number 7, Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, 11 million. And number 8 was Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with 10,450,000 units sold. Number 9 was Super Mario 3D All Stars with 8,320,000 sold. And then, number 10 was NBA 2K1 with 8 million units sold. Let's see. And so best-selling games by region. So just really quick. So just go over the United States. So number 1 was Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Number 2 was Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Number 3 was Animal Crossing New Horizons. Number 4 was Madden NFL 21. Number 5 was Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Number 6 was The Last of Us Part 2. Number 7 was Ghost of Tsushima. Number 8 was Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Number 9 was Super Mario 3D All Stars. And number 10 was Final Fantasy VII Remake. Critically acclaimed games. So the number 1 was Persona 5 Royale. So that came out on March 31st of 2020. So this is like it gave new features and all to the Persona 5 game, which is really cool. So far, the bit that I played of it. And number 2 was Dragon Quest 11 S, Echoes of an Elusive Age, at 93%. And then number 3 was Hades at 93%. Number 4 was Half-Life Alyx at 93%. And number 5 was Ori and the Will of the Wisps at 93%. Tied with also The Last of Us Part 2 at 93%. So as far as awards and all, so it was kind of split between 2 games this year. There was a lot of cool games that came out. You can make an argument also for Ghost of Tsushima and then also Final Fantasy VII Remake. But really it kind of came down to 2 games that kind of seemed to be the game of the year. So as far as the Game Awards, show which, not officially the official Game Awards, say all, but it's definitely the more popular one. So you can almost say it kind of is like the official, almost like as far as like, I would say that whatever game wins Game of the Year at the Game Awards show is kind of like, the movie that wins the movie of the year at the Oscars, right? Again, that's, you can not agree with that and all, but as far as like, as far as the show goes, right, and all, that's the more popular one or more recognized one, I guess you can say. That's, I guess it's almost like as about as official as you can get, basically, I guess, right? Obviously understanding all that at the end of the day it's all subjective, but it was split between The Last of Us Part 2, which was the Game of the Year at the Game Awards show, but then also Hades won some Game of the Year awards with other publications as well too, and it also did, it won some awards too also at the Game Awards. Last of Us Part 2 is obviously the sequel to the great Last of Us. And again, we're going to get into The Last of Us Part 2 also, because that's another game that's a whole story in itself, right, that came out this year. But Hades is sort of like a roguelike game set in a Greek mythology universe. That it's actually, I've been curious to play this game. I'm not too much into roguelikes. I honestly haven't really even given them a chance, though. And this is one that I keep wanting to go to, just to, maybe be the first one that I really start trying to give an honest shot to. But okay, let's go over some events. Let's see. All right, so starting on January 21st, so Daybreak Games was split into three separate game development studios. There was Dimensional Ink Games, Dark Paw Games, and Rogue Planet Games, and Daybreak was reorganized into a publisher. January 22nd, Tencent announced that it would fully acquire Norwegian developer and publisher Funcom. January 24th, Activision Blizzard entered a multi-year deal with Google to exclusively broadcast all of their esport content via YouTube, following the conclusion of a prior deal with Twitch. Oh, wow. January 24th, also, the Call of Duty League launched its inaugural season. February 5th, Fred Ferguson left his role as lead on the Gears of War series at the Coalition to oversee Diablo series at Blizzard Entertainment. February 8th, the 2020 Overwatch League season began. February 11th through the 13th, so the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences hosted the 2020 DICE Summit and 23rd Annual DICE Awards at the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Connie Booth inducted into the AIAS Hall of Fame. Who's Connie Booth? Connie Booth is an American executive who served as vice president of production at Sony Interactive Entertainment. She had been an advocate of many of SIE's first-party franchises, starting with Crash Bandicoot. She was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Okay. Well, so look like she was a prominent business executive figure for Sony. Let's see. And so February 19th, World War Z developer Saber Interactive was acquired by Embracer Group for US $525 million. February 25th, Sanzaru Games was acquired by Oculus Studios. February 27th to March 1st, PAX East was held in Boston, Massachusetts. March 4th, Star Theory Games was shut down. March 11th, Rockstar co-founder and lead writer Dan Houser left the company. So that was kind of a big deal. He was behind a lot of big Rockstar games. March 11th, Entertainment Software Association announced that E3 2020 had been canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And since that fucking pandemic happened, now we lost a lot of like these popular gaming conferences, right? And all. I just remember, things have changed so much since then, right? And so, I never got to go to an E3, right? But, I was always hopeful that maybe at some point in my life I might go. But after this, E3 never really came back. And I mean, we have shows now still, right? Like the Summer Game Fest and all. And there's still other but basically we started steering away from like live events to more streaming online events. Because like I said, COVID changed a lot. And this is sort of like the big one here, right, with E3, where they had to cancel due to COVID-19, and I don't think that they went. I know that there was attempts to try to bring it back, but it never happened because I don't think there was another E3 after this. I'm pretty sure there wasn't, and this is where it all started, right? Because basically what happened is, so COVID happened, right, and I mean we all lived it, right, so we know, but COVID happened, and so many things just shifted over to where. Do we need to have live events? Can we just do things streaming? Can we do things online? So I'll take, for example, my job. And so at the time, I had just gotten a new job at the start of 2020, like almost right at the start. Because I remember I started on, I think, like January 3rd or so. And so I started working there. But I was working in person at a building. And so I was in the banking world, basically, still. And so COVID hit in March, right? Roughly around March or so when it really started becoming a big deal here in the United States. And so at the time, right, there was, I'm sure you all remember where there was, eventually they came out with a list, like who's the essential employees and all. And so what was interesting is that, sometimes I kind of understand it now, but like at the time when COVID hit, when it was really like March, April, May, June, and July, and those first early months when COVID was a big deal, it was it was a bit scary, right? Because we didn't know what was going on, or whether if you had some concerns as far as like health wise, right? How COVID can affect you and all, because that's a whole other thing. But it was still a bit concerning, right? Because at the very least, it's like, well, what's going to happen to my job? What's going to happen to, our own social life and all that kind of stuff, right? There's a lot of concerns with that. And so, what was interesting is that for me, my family, my wife and I, we were both considered essential employees, so nothing changed as far as on that front. We still had to go to work, right? And but we were doing, at least with my job, we were doing the masks. We were just having to, I worked in a kind of an office setting, with cubicles and all, and so we had to like every other cubicle. We were sitting like every other cubicle and all that fun stuff. But what happened though afterwards is in October of that year, I ended up getting another job that was a remote job. And that was a remote job full time. And that actually made sense for my family at the time because my wife also became pregnant with our second child. And so so she ultimately we had a girl, but she wasn't going to be born until next year, around springtime of next year was what was being anticipated. And so there was a lot of scary things that was going on during that time frame there. Okay, this episode's filled with a few moments where I'm going to have to cut off for a bit. But speaking of children, my daughter's just eating something. But yeah, so I ended up getting a remote job, right? And so, and that all ended up helping. So I could try to help out as much as possible here at the house since I had a remote job where I was working from home. But the company that I ended up getting hired for, that was a remote job, the reason why they went remote was, so I started with this job in October of 2020. But when the pandemic hit, in their main corporate building, they shared the building with, well, let's just say another very big company, and someone from that company, but again, they were sharing the same building, got sick with COVID. They freaked out, right? And so then immediately made the decision for most employees who work remote. Now, it's a bank, right? So obviously the people at the actual physical location of the bank, they were still required to go to work, like at the actual building. But for pretty much everyone else, right? Because in the banking world, there's a lot of people in the background, right? Doing a bunch of stuff. So for those people and all, it was all remote. And so then that's what I got hired for, right? To be a full-time remote employee. But that's an example of just some of the drastic decisions that a lot of companies were making. Because the company that I work for, just an year ago, they had purchased, or they had bought, or they had rented, or leased, or whatever the hell, their section of that building, and so then ultimately COVID hit, right? So it was kind of like a loss because really, I mean, the section that they worked in was pretty much empty, and so it wasn't until like I think 2022 when the company made the decision to ultimately sell off that property, and they lost a lot of money for it, right? Because it's like, well, yeah, we just got it, but at the same time, we're making this decision to be remote. So, we kind of like cut our losses kind of thing, right? And I remember it was kind of a big deal. But that's just an example of like a lot of things or decisions that a lot of companies were making. Getting into the video game realm, we were seeing a lot of these big shows being canceled. A lot of development was being done remotely. And so that also caused a huge delay in a lot of games because, yes, we have the technology to work remote and all, but I can imagine that would have been a bit of a shift, though, as far as from working in person and all to working remote. I know that, again, in the times that I've worked, because now the job that I have, it's a combination of hybrid and remote. And now we have sort of procedures and things in place, but there was a bit of when COVID was still early on, there was a bit of a shift though, right? Not only was procedures and all, because the technology is there where we can do our jobs remotely pretty easily. It's just the procedures, the communication and whatnot, right, and all was a bit different for people. And so I can imagine, right, if we're speaking with video games, that how that probably, caused a bit of a delay in just like getting a lot of these games out there. Anyway, just wanted to share a little bit about that story and all to kind of give a bit of an insight, right, of how this all worked. I mean, so many of us lived it, right? So, I'm sure you have your own personal experience with it. But if you're on the younger end, right, and kind of wanted to get a little insight of how COVID affected so many people, there you go, right? It was a lot. COVID was a lot. I'm going to talk a little bit about COVID now that I'm kind of on a roll talking about this. But as far as video games goes, right? Prior to this here, I started kind of getting into because I talked about it before, right? That like from the kind of like in the early 2010s to like the mid 2010s or so, I mean I was still playing games. I wasn't quite as much so, right? I was just having a lot going on in my life, and so ultimately I wasn't playing games as much. Now, when COVID hit, like I said, I was still an essential employee, so I still had to go to work, or eventually, and then I started working remote and all right, but I was still working, I was one of the fortunate ones that was still able to have a job during COVID because I know a lot of people, that wasn't the case. But because though, as far as like, going out and all, we were just kind of stuck at home a lot. And so I ultimately ended up, kind of rekindling my love for video games in 2020. And so, but kind of not necessarily for like what was latest and greatest, but I just started getting nostalgic for a lot of things. And I think a part of that just also had to do is I was 40 years old, when 2020 hit. And so I think it was just, I was getting really the nostalgia bug and all, and then just trying to get reintroduced into video games. So what did it for me also, outside of some of the new stuff that was coming out, but also retro gaming, and more specifically emulation and emulation devices. And so it was around this time, I remember, that I started getting, I talked about it a little bit before, but when we were talking about the NVIDIA Shield, I think that was the first one that I got. I'd already done emulation before, like on my PC many years ago. But this is the year though that I got reintroduced into what emulation can be, and that we were emulating things up to like the PlayStation 2 almost now. And so, well, at that time, the PlayStation 2 emulation was still kind of early and it wasn't quite as good as it is now. But but then that you can emulate the Dreamcast, the PlayStation, the Sega Saturn, and things like that. I was like, wait, what? I was like, you can do all this? And even the GameCube. And so as I started researching that more and more, I started getting into a lot of like emulations and whatnot. And so, don't do what I do here, but during the stretch where we were just kind of stuck at home and all, and just needed something to do, or even at work, at the time, the job that I had, even when I was at the office, I had some extra time. And so because of that, I started really wanting to amass a large library of games. And so, without going into too much specifics, I just ended up acquiring a lot of different games that I eventually have been transferring around now from all my various emulation devices, because I really started getting into that and just wanting to revisit old games, or maybe not revisit games and all, but wanting to, I guess, amass a large library of games. Because another thing that kind of ended up happening, it was actually shortly before COVID hit that I ended up selling a bunch of my game library, like physical copies that I had of games. Part of that I did it for financial reasons, and then another part of it also just space, right? We were starting to become a little family, and so I was like, I just don't, for many years I had lived kind of like the single bachelor life where, it was funny. I give it up to my wife because when we first met, I know I'm going on a side tangent here, but this is kind of, that's the point of this podcast, right? I'm just sort of talking about stuff that, ultimately it relates to video games in a sense. But I was living the bachelor life, like let's say throughout the 2010s, and I met my wife in 2016, but then she moved in with me in the apartment that I was living in. I was just living in a 1-bedroom apartment, and so we started dating and all. Then eventually she moved in with me, and that would have been actually in 2016 also when she moved in with me. And but I was living basically the bachelor life as far as like my housing. So I just had a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. It was it was a decent apartment, but nothing too fancy. It was not super poor, but not super rich kind of apartment. And in this apartment, this is during this time, part of the reason why I kind of got out of video games for a bit during the 2010s was because I was really getting into working out. And that kind of became my thing for a while, right? It was almost like an obsession actually at the time, and which I really needed to try to get back into. But basically, in my 1-bedroom apartment, I had my I had like a squat rack, not like a full power rack, but it was like these two kind of beams that could support like a barbell with weights on it, and then you can use it for like it was like mainly like a squat rack, but it had like these two sort of ledges that you can also use to like if you want to do like bench presses too also. So again, not a full power rack, but but I had my barbell there with the weights on there, up to 300 pounds, and I had a bunch of dumbbells, everything right there in my living room, and I had my TV off in the corner, had my surround sound, which I couldn't really use that much because it was in an apartment, but it was there, and all my video game consoles, and then in my room I had a few DVD racks with just a bunch of movies and games and all, and so which was fine for me because it was just me, right? But then so my wife moved in, and we lived in that apartment for about a year and a half, I think, or so, give or take, and so she kind of like ended up domesticating my apartment a little bit, to an extent. She was adding her female touch to it. But I had all this stuff here and all. And eventually we ended up getting a house. And so, we had a lot more space. But at the same time, we were also going to start a family, right? And all that. She got pregnant with our first child, and immediately your house just starts getting filled in with other necessities, like actual family stuff, right? Like things for the kids and just family housing stuff, right? And so immediately I was like, oh man, I got to let this stuff go because, our house is it's not small, but it's not huge either. And so I just made the decision, like, I just need to get rid of this stuff. But it kind of hurt me to do that though, right? And then the pandemic hit. And so then at that point and then also I was starting to get introduced to what emulation could be. And so then that's where I started, because I was like, well, I want to kind of get my library again, right? But I just don't have the means to get these physical games again. And so that's where I really started getting into like emulations and all, and just acquiring a bunch of ROMs. And so that was sort of like a project that I did in 2020 to try to keep myself sane, right? Because again, 2020 was a lot, and again, for a lot of different people and all. And also because of what I was doing for work, I got to hear like a lot of, stories about what people were going through financially and even to an extent medically because of COVID, that I'm just glad that I feel very blessed that ultimately we weren't affected too much by it. I did have some friends that got super sick from it. A few people, friends of friends, more like it, that I know that had passed unfortunately because of COVID. But ultimately, as far as my main family goes and all, and my our and immediate extended families and all, we were all, fine from it. We did get sick. A little bit of a side story here. This is my conspiracy theory, but I've been getting a lot of back pain. I've been having a lot of like back and neck pains, and it really started like about in 2022 or so. And I remember I don't think I got COVID in 2020, but I know I had it in 2021 and in 2022. Around that time when I got COVID, I started getting a lot of back and neck pain. And going down the conspiracy theory, right? And all, this is not I'm pro-vaccines, anti-vaccine. COVID was a big deal. COVID was not a big deal. I'm not trying to get into any of that, right? I just know what I know. And so at the time when I got sick with COVID and also it was around the time that I was getting because I got the vaccines for it, and I started getting a lot of like upper back and neck pain. I also had a lot of things that also kind of factored into that. Like, for example, I was working a remote job, so I was not as active, right? And all, like I said before, I was really getting into working out during the 2010s. And then in late 2000, like 2018, 19 or so, especially when I first started, was born. And then COVID and all, I really got kind of away from all that. And then I had a remote job, so I was just sitting down all the time. So I'm sure that didn't do, wonders for my back and neck. But around the time that I got sick with COVID, and also around the time that I got the vaccine for COVID, is around the time that I really started getting this just a lot of back and neck pain that was a bit irregular from what I had been, because when you work a remote job, you come out kind of sore and stiff and all, right? But it was different though. And I'm getting older as well too, right? And I was also in an accident around that time, but I was actually feeling these pains before the accident. Long story short is that I have a thought that potentially because of how I got sick with COVID, potentially the vaccine, I don't know for sure, right? Again, I'm not pro or anti or anything like that, right? I'm just going what I know. And that it could have been why I've been getting these back pains a lot. It's just some researching that I've been doing online, and I know that that's not going to be, complete 100% sound medical advice. But there has been some speculation, though, that for people that got sick with COVID, that there's a long COVID, right, where people were still feeling a lot of side effects, is that you get a lot of pain in your upper back. And also kind of, it's called like the coat hanger pain, where it starts at the base of your neck and kind of spreads down to your shoulder. So hence the shape of a coat hanger. And so I kind of went down a rabbit hole one time, and I was finding a lot of information that people were complaining about back pains because of that, right? I don't know for sure, right, and all, but if anything, it's still kind of lingering to this day. I've been feeling a little bit better, but yeah, just, little thing on there. So much so that it ended up actually developing like this nasty ass hump on the back of my neck. Now, again, that could very well be just because of posture issues and all. Like I said, I've been working more of a sit down job for many years, but all stuff is to say, right, that because of COVID, and then, with having a remote job and then eventually having these back pains and also becoming a father, right, so much things that led me to be a lot more homebound or not, with the energy to go out as much, is what really led me to this project that within the 2020s, and it started in 2020 for emulating a lot of games, getting a lot of these emulation devices. And so it's been sort of like, and then eventually, which led me to doing this podcast here, because it just rekindled my love for video games a lot, that I just wanted to sort of document a lot of things. And, as I'm looking back, right, and all, and then also with the way the ninth generation is going, and we're getting more into that here later. But anyways, just wanted to kind of give all that and all, because again, the combination of all of this that happened within 2020 and the few years that followed afterwards is really what brought me back into video games in a pretty hardcore way, and just kind of kept reminding me, right, of why I love this hobby so much. But I'm not saying thanks to COVID for that. I'm just saying it just kind of all happened. And I'm sure that a lot of people have similar stories on that, because it's reflected in the sales of video games, right? That happened this year. But anyways, okay. Short story long. Let's get continuing on here. So March 16th through the 20th, the 2020 Game Developers Conference was held virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there's another one. And here's another one too. On March 31st, the Pokemon Company announced that the World Championships has been, canceled due to COVID-19 pandemic. April 3rd, science adventure developer Mages was acquired by Co-op for 1.612 billion yen, approximately US 14.92 million. April 17th, the video game-centric crowdfunding and investment firm FIG was acquired by Republic, a larger investment firm, to expand FIG's capabilities for funding options. May 1st, the first Summer Games Fest is held. May 22nd, Summer Games Fest, so that's what kind of became like E3 now, which we're kind of looking forward to now. I've already mentioned, right, that hopefully we'll get Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 announcement there, but anyway. Let's see. May 22nd, Bandai Namco Entertainment officially celebrated the 40th anniversary of Pac-Man. Wow. So Pac-Man, I've aged with Pac-Man because Pac-Man came out in 1980. If you go back to my very first episode, I talk about it there. So yeah, I guess Pac-Man and I and me have, I guess we've sort of grown up together because it's the same age that I am. So June 11th, Sony Interactive Entertainment held its PS5, the Future of Gaming event, where it unveiled the PlayStation 5 design and several new and upcoming games. And it was like a monstrosity when they showed this thing off, right? It's like, what the hell is that? It was huge, and it looked like a big ass Wi-Fi router. It definitely threw a lot of interesting feedback from people, because I just remember I looked at that thing, I was like, oh my god, that thing it's humongous. But we'll get more into all that there as I talk about those systems there. But May 22nd, so Microsoft announces the closure of its Mixer stream services on July 22nd instead of transitioning and partnering with Facebook Gaming. June 22nd, Ready at Dawn was acquired by Oculus Studios. June 29th, Deck 13 Interactive was acquired by Focus Home Interactive. July 22nd, Microsoft video game live streaming service Mixer is shut down after 4 years. August 10th to the 16th, so Playcrafting hosted its 4th annual Play NYC event online this year. Panels included talks from Avalanche Studios, Private Division, and Rockstar Games. The event was also home to the annual Graffiti Games. This year's initiative highlighted the work of Black game developers. August 13th, Embracer Group, using the Saber Interactive label, acquired 4A Games and New World Interactive. August 13th, so Epic Games released a version of Fortnite Battle Royale on iOS and Android that bypassed the store's payment systems, leading to both Apple and Google to delist the game immediately, with Epic further turning around the same day to file lawsuits challenging the monopolistic behavior of both stores. We just talked about that a bit ago. And August 27th to the 30th, the online version of Gamescom 2020 was held after Germany banned physical events through August of 2020. So there's another one. September 4th, Nintendo celebrated the 35th anniversary of Super Mario Bros. By announcing new games, re-release games, and merchandise. So touching base a little bit on this here, because this was interesting what Nintendo did. So 35th anniversary, right? And so the big thing that came out of this was that they announced the Super Mario All-Stars 3D, or 3D All-Stars, which was cool, right? Because it's kind of like what they did with the All-Stars game back on the Super Nintendo, where it had like the three major, or four really, with the Lost Levels games that were remastered, so to speak, right? And so only now they were doing it with 3D. And so it ended up including Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, and Super Mario Galaxy, which was cool, right? There was some bit of criticism because it didn't include Super Mario Galaxy 2, but, you know, was what it was. But still a pretty cool package overall. But what Nintendo did, though, was that the physical release was only for a limited time. I forgot how long it ran, but I think like a few months into the next year was when they ended up stopped producing it. The other crazy thing was that it was the same for digital. Like, it allowed you to buy the game digitally, but they ended up delisting the game, though, after a certain amount of time, too, also. So that was a big controversy right there, right? Because, I mean, even digitally, they delisted the game. So making like this high demand for this game, you know, for this compilation, and just, you know, and kind of a scummy practice that Nintendo did there. You know, maybe they're trying to hype up like demand for the game or who knows what. But yeah, it was a bit frustrating for a lot of people. I ended up buying the digital version of it. But yeah, it was a bit annoying. But anyways, that's when they did their celebration there. But September 12th to the 20th, so an online-only version of PAX East called Global PAX Online Experience was held. September 16th, Embracer Group acquired Vertical Games for 50 million yen, or I think. Or is that pounds? I'm not sure. But September 18th, Rayman and Beyond Good and Evil creator Michael Ansel announced he would be leaving the video game industry to focus full-time on Wildlife Sanctuary. Ansel stated via Instagram that his two upcoming projects, Beyond Good and Evil 2 and Wild, were in capable hands with his departure. Wild, I don't know what that is, but I know Beyond Good and Evil 2 we still have not seen. Excuse me. September 20th, 19th to the 20th, the Games Devs of Color Expo was held. September 21st, Xbox Game Studios and ZeniMax Media announced plans for Xbox Game Studios to acquire ZeniMax and its subsidiaries, Bethesda Game Studios, Arcane Studios, ID Software, Machine Games, and Tango Gameworks for US $7.5 billion to be completed on the first half of 2021. So yeah, we touched base a bit about that. So again, that mainly brought, Elder Scrolls, Dishonored, Doom, like the Wolfenstein games, and then eventually Machine Games, right, were the developers of the Indiana Jones games we got recently, and then Tango Gameworks, which was the ones that they made, I believe, that Hi-Fi Rush, right, which, you know, that became a bit of a controversy, you know, in a few years later, but yeah, but that's what they got, though, with that acquisition there. September 23rd to the 27th, what do you know, another digital version of the Tokyo Game Show was held, so again, another gaming conference that went digital. September 24th, Amazon announced that they would launch a cloud gaming service called Luna. Games on the service would be offered via a channel-style subscription service with the company's own games and those from Ubisoft available at the services at launch in October. So another subscription service thing there. Let's see, October 14th, so Rockstar Games acquired Ruffian Games, which became part of the company as Rockstar Dundee. October 15th, Blizzard Entertainment announced that they are no longer producing new content for StarCraft 2 after 10 years. October 21st, Serious Sam developer Crow Team was acquired by Devolver Digital. November 10th, Take-Two Interactive and Codemasters agreed to a Take-Two buyout of Codemasters in stock and cash deal around US $994 million, expected to be completed by early 2021. And November 19th, Roblox Corporation filed for its initial public offering, estimated at US $37 billion. December 3rd, BioWare General Manager and Mass Effect Director Casey Hudson and Dragon Age executive producer Mark Dara both announced that they were leaving the studio. Let's see. Hopefully that Star Wars project, though, that Casey Hudson's behind, I'm still kind of anticipating what that will be like. But December 10th, so the Game Awards 2020 was hosted and live streamed from locations in Los Angeles, London, and Tokyo. So that was like an actual award show, though, right? A physical event. I think so. I don't know. But December 14th, Electronic Arts outbid Take-Two in acquiring Codemasters in a deal valued at about US $1.2 billion, expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2021. December 23rd, Tencent completed their acquisition of Leyou, the parent company of Digital Extremes and Splash Damage, among others, for US $1.5 billion. And finally, December 31st, Adobe Flash, which was used for certain games online, is officially discontinued. All right, so there was a little bit more about the COVID-19 impacts that it had on the gaming industry. And then also we're going to go to some other stuff too. Some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about in this podcast here, it's going to probably be a bit controversial. I'll give a bit of my personal takes on it and all, but I'm mainly just talking about this for the sake of like just trying to document history, right? You feel how you want to feel about it, right? I'm just talking about this as what happened, and then some personal takes on it. You have your own thoughts on it. That's awesome, right? So the impacts of COVID-19. And I preface that because this is also around the time. So like I said, I started getting into video games again. I wasn't really too much following like a lot of like YouTube discourse or anything like that regarding video games or anything like that, right? Within the 2010s or so. It wasn't until like in 2020 that really started igniting my love again for video games. And so because of that, I also started watching a lot of YouTube videos on it, started following a lot of like some of my favorite YouTubers to this day, who started around this time, right? It's because again, I just started getting into video games and so started watching a lot of content regarding video games. Because of that is where I really started noticing also a lot of the negative discourse regarding video games, right? We had already had the Gamergate that had came out a few years ago, which I touched base on. And so really started learning about just a lot of the negative things that is happening with video games, a lot of just the overall discourse on it that to this day, it's a lot, right? And so 2020 had some things that happened that really kind of kicked that into overdrive too also, as far as just video games in general, and then just, the whole thing about, like I started learning these terms like being based or woke, anti-woke, right? And all that stuff. And so as I started, learning this, I was like, oh, geez, video game discourse has gotten a little out of hand, right? So anyway, so some of these events and all is kind of what sort of led to a lot of these ways of thinking, basically. All right. And people seem to be very black and white, one side or the other. But starting with COVID, though, so the highly contagious coronavirus is, okay, again, this is not a medical document or anything. I'm just kind of going again to how it relates to video games. But the highly contagious coronavirus 2019, first observed in China in December 2019, began a major outbreak across the world in January 2020, which is ongoing as of November 2021. Within China, steps to prevent spread of the disease came around such as large-scale quarantine of affected populations, which have impacted production within the country. This has had a large number of impacts on social, medical, and economic systems worldwide.
The video game industry has been affected by the outbreaks in various ways, most often due to concerns over travel to and from China or elsewhere, or related to slowdowns in manufacturing processes within China. Numerous games have been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and most industry events were canceled or reformatted into virtual showcases. The video game industry in general was boosted by the pandemic, since people under pandemic lockdowns were forced to stay home, with video games becoming a popular pastime. Total spending in video games grew to US $33.7 billion in the United States during the first month of 2020, compared to US $27.9 billion for the same period in 2019. Easier to learn games with little to no narrative and large audience enjoyment potential, including Fall Guys, Among Us, and Jackbox Party Packs, saw great increases in popularity during the pandemic as a means to avoid the cultural trauma of the situation. So again, people were looking ways to socialize, right? And I can imagine for the younger generation too, because again, I was already a bit older when COVID hit. I still had a job, right, where I still had to go to work, or at least for the first stretch of COVID. But I can imagine for a lot of younger people that were going to school and all, and they missed out on that. I can see how that could have had a big effect. But so here's something here also that happened. So the reactions to the George Floyd protest. So again, this is mainly speaking about how it relates to video games, right? So in the wake of George Floyd protests and resurgence of support for the Black Lives Matter BLM movement across several entertainment sectors in June of 2020, the video game industry also responded. Most large publishers and developers shared their support of the protest and BLM, as with other larger entertainment companies. A number of video game announcement events had been planned on the week of June 6th and onward as virtual replacements for E3 of 2020, which was canceled by the COVID-19 pandemic, but most of these were shifted by a week or more to allow the voices of the protest to have the necessary focus. Many companies announced plans to donate funds towards Black-oriented organizations, including Electronic Arts, 2K Games, Riot Games, and Humble Bundle, committing US $1 million to such foundations, while others like Ubisoft, Square Enix, and the Pokemon Company also committed significant donations, which raised over US $8.1 million for Black charities through sales of a game bundle with games from over 1,300 developers. Excuse me. Electronic Arts and Infinity Ward pledged to combat racism than they were aware had persisted, by users in their games in light of the events. So if for some reason you don't know this whole thing about George Floyd was he was a man. He was, I don't know, he might have been roughly around my age, and this has happened in Minnesota, I believe. And so there was a interaction between him and the cops. He was arrested. And while he was being arrested, because the way they were holding him down, it caused for George to eventually pass. And so that caused a huge outrage, right? Which led to the George Floyd protest and basically against like police brutality and things like that. That's kind of the short story of it, right? Again, you can form your own opinion about what happened, but ultimately, either way, though, it caused a ripple effect, right, and all on how things kind of changed as far as how companies conducted their business. One of them, and so that's just kind of a little bit of an insight on how it affected the video game industry. Let's see. So also sexual misconduct accusations. So there's another thing too also that started happening, and also with the Me Too movement, right, that had happened in 2017, but still kind of linked into this year here. So in late June and early 2021, as continuation of prior Me Too movement's effects on the industry from 2017, several people started speaking out of specific accounts of sexual misconduct and harassment towards others in the industry. Initial complaints had been directed towards Twitch streamers, but soon had major companies, including Insomniac Games and Electronic Arts, with most studios taking action to deal with the accused, and instituting better policies to handle internal and external issues related to sexual misconduct. In particular, charges were made toward CEO of Evolution Game Series, Joey Cellular, or Quaylar, oh my God, I can't talk, who was subsequently let go. Multiple publishers had backed the event had pulled out on this news, and the Evo event, which had already been reworked as an online event due to COVID-19, was subsequently canceled. A large number of cases were found through Ubisoft executive level staff, leading to a number of high-level departures and major internal review of how the company handles such complaints in the future. Unfortunately, that kind of stuff gets out everywhere, right? You know, with a lot of companies, and, you know, the video game industry is no different, unfortunately. All right, so just going over some notable deaths this year. So January 26th, so the great Kobe Bryant, as far as basketball goes, he was 41, and so he was obviously in a lot of basketball games, a great NBA star. Again, not speaking on his personal life, I don't know too much about his mainly why. I just don't know how much of an opinion on it, although I just have heard some things about some of his, you know, his character goes. But obviously he was a huge basketball player, right, and all, and so I remember his death kind of, you know, being a big moment for a lot of people. But February 25th, Kazuhisa Hashimoto, age 61. So he was a video game developer and the creator of the Konami code, which is up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start. Right? Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start. Yeah. Let's see, April 8th, Rick May, 79. Voice best known for the voice of Soldier in Team Fortress 2. April 11th, so Paul Haddad, age 56, voice actor, best known for the original voice of Leon Kennedy in the 1998 video game sequel of Resident Evil, or video. Oh my God, the Leon Kennedy in the original Resident Evil 2 from the PlayStation days. May 17th, Shad Gaspard, age 39, pro wrestler who appeared in WWE SmackDown vs. Raw and provided motion capture for God of War game. July 2nd, Rekful, age 31, Twitch streamer and esport player. July 25th, Regis Philibin, 88, TV host who appeared in 1999's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and other video game based on the series. Let's see. August 31st, Norm Spencer, age 62, best known for portraying Cyclops in the Marvel vs. Capcom games. April 8th, Alex Trebek, 80, TV game show host who appeared in Jeopardy, and, you know, obviously was huge in the actual Jeopardy show. So he passed that here. In November 18th, Kirby Morrow, age 47, voice actor for like things like Gundam, Inuyasha, and Ninjago. And December 1st, Eric Engstrom, one of the three Microsoft Beastie Boys that helped to pioneer the DirectX. And December 26th, Brody Lee, age 41, pro wrestler, also passed. So some hardware releases this year. So the Evercade came out in May of 2022. May 22nd, the TurboGrafx 16 Mini came out, which is sort of a, you know, continuation of like those mini systems that were coming out. June 6th, the Game Gear Micro came out, which is a tiny little device, like really micro. October 13th, the Oculus Quest 2 came out. And then November 10th, the Xbox Series X and S came out. And then November 12th, the PlayStation 5 came out. And then November 13th, the Game & Watch, the Super Mario Brothers version came out. Part of the Mario celebration for the 35th year anniversary. And December 14th, the Atari VCS came out. Let's see, major hardware discontinuations in 2020 include the Xbox One X and the Xbox One S, the all-digital versions, which were discontinued on July 16th. The Nintendo 3DS family were also discontinued on September 17th of this year. All right, so that's kind of a lot of stuff there. So let's get into these, more specifically into the games now. Let's see. Excuse me. So for multi-platform gaming, so we had, I was personally excited about this, and ultimately, you know, with the announcement of it, and then also ultimately the game itself, I liked it. And that was for the Panzer Dragoon remake that came out. It first came out on the Switch, which is kind of weird that it came out there first. But it came out on the Switch. It had a bit of a rough launch the controls felt a bit off, but then they finally fixed it with a patch, and so now I like it. I think it's a pretty excellent remastered or version of the Sega Saturn game. And then when it came out on the Xbox and the PlayStation 5, it cleaned up, or PlayStation 4 cleaned up the graphics even more. So I personally like it. I think it's a pretty cool, again, new vision of that game there. Kind of anticipating Panzer Dragoon's Way, but kind of, I don't know, a little concerned about it, but we've talked about that before. We'll see how that one comes out. But another game I want to make mention to of here is for Black Mesa. And so this is an interesting game here. So it's basically a remastered version, or remake, I guess you could say, of the original Half-Life game. But check this out. So it was developed and published by Crowbar Collective. It's a fan-made remake of Half-Life made in the source game engine. Originally published as a free mod in September 2012, Black Mesa was approved for commercial release by Valve, the developers of Half-Life. The first commercial version was published as an early access release in May of 2015 with an abridged campaign following a full release in March 2020, restoring the final chapters. So it was a fan-made mod that eventually got turned into an official release, with Valve giving their blessing basically to it. So I thought that was pretty cool. The first Half-Life game, it's still pretty cool. I mean, it still holds up for the most part, but hey, I guess it could be a bit rough, right, for some people. And so this is like a cool way to experience this game, and with more modern graphics and even some of the physical, like the physical engine that the Half-Life 2 had. You can have some of that gameplay too also, where you can pick up things and whatnot. What am I trying to say? The physics engine that Half-Life 2 had, it has some of that in this version here too. I played a bit of it, and so it's pretty cool. And definitely, I guess, like a nicer version, right, of Half-Life if you can't quite go back to like those old graphics there. But speaking of Half-Life, though, we also got Half-Life Alyx. And so this is for VR. And I mean, I've never played it, but it seems like overall like a really good game, though, and just kind of left people really wanting like that Half-Life 3. But at the very least, right, they got this game here and sort of showed that, that there's still a lot of interest in the series here. And when Valve does a game, they tend to do them pretty good. So I'm not like a huge fan of like Half-Life. I mean, I like the Half-Life 1 and 2, but they definitely seem to have a huge fan following, and so I can understand to an extent, right, just the desire, right, and all for more Half-Life games. But yeah, at the very least, Half-Life Alyx, from what I've heard from reviews and all, it seems to be probably one of the better VR games that has ever come out. So I'd be curious to get my hands on it, but I think because I have like the MetaQuest 2, it's not on there, so I don't know. Maybe it's like a different VR headset that you need to play it. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it's out there for anyone that has access to that VR set. Streets of Rage 4 came out this year, and I was pleasantly surprised by this game. So they had announced Streets of Rage 4 a few years prior, and I don't know, when they first showed it off, I was like, I don't know. I wasn't 100% sold on the graphics because it looked like kind of like those Flash online games, and I don't know, something about the art style and all just wasn't quite convincing me 100%. I kind of wish that they would have gone back in a more pixelated style. And especially if you've ever played like the Streets of Rage remake, the fan game that has come out that you can get on PC, that's a pretty excellent remake. Definitely recommend you checking that out. So I was a bit concerned about this one, but it finally came out, and because they had a bit of a delay, and so they were polishing it up. And so ultimately, it's an incredible beat 'em up. It's my favorite beat 'em up of all time. It even surpassed Streets of Rage 2 for me, which was one of my all-time favorites. If you go back to my 1992 episode, I talk about it there. And yeah, just an incredible beat 'em up. And I mean, it definitely kept the spirit and the gameplay of the original, which made that game so well, where there's a lot of like strategy to that game, more so than in a lot of beat 'em ups, just the way you position your character to grab them or, throw punches at him, and just a wide array of moves that you have in that game. And the graphics ultimately ended up being pretty good, and the music was really incredible. Was even Yuzo Koshiro lending some music to this game, but all the other composers in it and all do a really great job. They kind of keep the spirit of the original alive, and a lot of cool extras to it, and just tons of fun. I mean, this is my favorite beat 'em up of all time. An incredible game. I'm so glad this game exists, and yeah, I never there's been a handful of times where maybe it's nostalgia, right, and all, but there's a lot of like games, like legacy franchises that I'm like, they can't do it better than the original. And then every now and then, though, one of the newer games actually gets it right, and I truly feel it's better than the old ones. And this is one of the case there, right? As much as I love Street Fighter or Streets of Rage 2, I'm like, nah, this one's better. I like this one just overall better. But the cool thing about it, though, is that you can select like the character sprites as you unlock them that look like from the Streets of Rage 2 or Streets of Rage 1 or even Part 3 and all. And so that's pretty cool overall, because there's tons of cool unlockables in this game. Has a pretty cool DLC to it as well. If you're into beat 'em ups, a must own. I mean, it's for me. I can almost say this objectively, the best beat 'em up that's out there. It's really incredible. But we also had a fun little platformer, new Super Lucky's Tale. It's pretty fun, the bit that I played of it. My daughter's played it a bit and she seems to like it as well too. And so if you're like into like 3D platformers, like that's a bit of a collectathon, this is definitely a good one to check out. Mortal Shell, I don't know much about this one. I think it's kind of like a Souls-like game. I'm not 100% sure, but the cover looks interesting, and also maybe I'll try to check it out at some point. But yeah, I guess I don't even know why I wrote it on here, because I don't have a whole lot to say on it. So I think it is on the PS Plus, though. So if you have that subscription service, that you can download it there and check it out. Marvel's Avengers came out this year, and this game had a lot of controversy to it. Basically, from what I understand, is that because I got this game as a gift actually when it came out, and I've played it like through the single player campaign, and it's not half bad actually. I don't mind it, and maybe because I'm a bit of a Marvel geek too also, and so the bit that I played of the story and all, it's actually pretty fun. It has like the introduction to it is actually pretty cool. And I mean, as I got further along in the game, it does seem like the gameplay can be a bit repetitive. It's kind of like a third-person beat-em-up game, but it had this online component to it, though, and I think that's where a lot of the controversy was. I would assume things like, if I remember right, like loot boxes, and just ultimately the online portion of it wasn't as fulfilling, and just a whole microtransaction controversy and things like that held it back a lot. So much so that the support for this game has died out now from a few years ago. But when I played with the single player campaign, it's not half bad. I mean, I don't mind it too much. You mainly start off playing as Captain Marvel, not Captain Miss Marvel. But eventually you also control like Thor, Hulk, Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow. So I don't know, the bit that I played of it, I think it's actually kind of cool. But again, I think a lot of the controversy comes from its online component, though. But we had a remake of the Tony Hawk's game, so for Tony Hawk's 1 and 2. And so this is a really excellent remake. Really takes from what was really great about the first two Tony Hawk's games and giving it that sort of a level design where you're on a timer and you're trying to complete certain objectives right in that time frame, and which became a really addicting gameplay loop. And yeah, it was a blast to play through these games, so relive some of those Tony Hawk days from back in the day. And so it was a cool return to form for the series. And because after we had already talked about it some years back, right, where they kind of started losing a lot of ground with a lot of players. But this is I think that for the most part, though, people were pretty pleasantly pleased with this version here. And yeah, I mean, it looks great, plays a lot the same like the old ones. And yeah, I mean, Tony Hawk games, they're just a blast to play. But we got a new entry also in the Crash Bandicoot series, and this is Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. I really want to get into this game. I've just been trying to beat the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy. So I beat the first one, and I'm working my way through Cortex Strikes Back, and then I want to get to eventually Warp, because I haven't even beaten those games, even on the original PlayStation versions. So I kind of feel like I want to beat those before I get into Crash Bandicoot 4. But my wife and daughter were playing it one day, and when I came back home from work, they were stuck on this boss. So they're like, "Here, can you try to beat it?" So I played this boss that they were on, and without knowing much else about the game, it took me a few tries, but I ended up beating it. But I really liked the boss fight, the strategy, to beat the boss, and I was like, oh, "Okay, this seems like a quality platformer." So I really want to find some time to go back and try this game out. It was developed by Toys for Bob, which were the same developers that did the remake trilogy. Then we had Immortal Phoenix Rising, and so it was a Ubisoft game, kind of set like in the Greek mythology, I believe. And from what I understand, I believe it has a bit of like inspiration from like Breath of the Wild. I don't know much about this game either. I just know that it had some popularity to it, or at least critically, around the time that it came out. So I would assume it sounds like a pretty decent game that Ubisoft put out there that just didn't get a whole lot of love, though, as I believe I heard like there was a sequel plan, but then eventually got canned, I think. But then there was also Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which was a Ubisoft game, and so that was their Assassin's Creed game for this year. And this time we're going to the Norse mythology and the Vikings. And what I understand of this game, I've never played it, but it seems like it's decent, but kind of still in line with like Origins and Odyssey, where it had a lot of RPG mechanics. And it was also famous for just being really long, like a really bloated game. And so I got some criticism for that because it just felt like a lot, right? And this is where people were starting to get really tired of like the Ubisoft formula, where you just have like this big map and it has just like a whole checklist of things to do, and it can seem a bit overwhelming. Again, I've never played the game, so I don't know much about it, but that's just so I remember what the reception was of this game here. But it was also a launch game for the PS5 and the Xbox One, the Xbox Series X, and so you got a bit of a better looking version on those systems there. And for the Call of Duty game this year, we had Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. I played a bit of this one. I actually own it. Yeah, because I remember I bought it. It was, because again, when the new generation systems came out, there wasn't a whole lot for them. So I figured I'd just get these games here and, try to see what they're all about. And, just to have like a Call of Duty game. So I played a bit of the single player campaign. I haven't beaten it yet, but it seems cool. I mean, it's Call of Duty and, not in a bad way necessarily. I can never speak on Call of Duty regarding the multiplayer because I've never played these games multiplayer. But the single player campaign, from what I played, it seems pretty cool though. It kind of takes place like during the 80s. It seems like they're during the Reagan era, I mean the graphics look nice. It's has a lot of cool set pieces up to the point that I played it. So yeah, I mean, it seems pretty cool overall. And then there was Doom Eternal though. And so this game, so again, sequel right to obviously the Doom game, but from the 2016 one that came out. And a lot of people seem to have a lot of fondness for this game. I've talked about it before that I really want to get into these Doom games. They just give me like crazy vertigo and nausea though whenever I play them. I never really have that issue with other first-person shooter games, but for some reason I do with this one. And so because of that, I just haven't really been able to get into these games, because otherwise I would probably be beaten them by now, is what I've played of them. I mean, they seem cool. They seem like cool action, taking on, demons in hell and whatnot, and, with a cool, like, rock-like soundtrack. And also, it's all definitely up my alley of something that I would absolutely love. I just, like I said, I just, for some reason, get crazy nausea when I play this game. But, I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'll have some kind of like motion sickness medicine next to me while I play this game, so I can finally see them through. But we had also Resident Evil 3 that came out this year. And so this is a remake of the Resident Evil 3 Nemesis game from the PlayStation. So so Resident Evil 2 came out last year, right? So I raved about that game last year. And then immediately there was speculation that Capcom was doing Resident Evil 3. And so sure enough, right, I think they announced this game, I don't know, was it early in the year that they announced it? Because the game came out like I think in April or maybe March or so of 2020. But finally they announced it, so everyone was like, oh yeah, the rumors were true. And so Resident Evil 2 was amazing, the remake, right? It was incredible. Really cool reimagining of the original game. This game, running on the same engine, RE engine, the same style and everything as Resident Evil 2, but ultimately it was a bit of a letdown for many. I mean, the overall framework of Resident Evil 3, I don't think it's as popular or as beloved as Resident Evil 2 on the PlayStation. So hence, it's already starting off with working with a lesser appreciated groundwork of a game. And then also there was two main complaints about this game. So one of it was that there's a pretty large portion of the original game that is pretty much cut out from this game. This game adds a few new elements, right? That's not in the first one, but it doesn't make up for the fairly large part of the original game that's missed out on this one. So that was a bit of a complaint on this because it makes the campaign fairly short. It's a pretty short game. And the other thing too also is the nemesis. So slight spoiler, but in the original one, the nemesis is constantly chasing you throughout various parts of the game, and it's kind of comes out of nowhere, right? I mean, I guess it is a bit scripted, but it feels more random and a lot more of a threat, right? Because when, all of a sudden you hear stars, you're like, oh shit, here comes the nemesis, right? And then also it doesn't help that the tank controls make it hard to get around him, right? So that was part of the appeal of the original Resident Evil 3 nemesis. In this one here, Nemesis himself looks badass. He looks very intimidating. He looks really cool. But the way they implement him, it's a bit limited because it feels very scripted. And so, which takes away a big part of the identity of the original Resident Evil 3. And so because of those two things right there is kind of what hurts this one here. And I feel like there was a lot of criticism against it. And the thing that sucked about it too is that they had an excellent framework that they could have gone off of in the previous year's installment with Resident Evil 2 with Mr. X in it. Mr. X is very random, and it feels like it anyways, where he comes out and chases you down, giving you this level of tension that is absolutely frightening in Resident Evil 2 Remake. So they had the groundwork there to do this something similar with Nemesis in this one, but they didn't though. A lot of it is scripted, and so that was a bit of a letdown, right? So it kind of seems like a bit rushed. Like they did both projects at the same time, which they probably did because they came out one year after the other, but they put more of the focus on Resident Evil 2 instead of Part 3, which is kind of, I guess if they had to pick and choose, it's better that they did it with 2 because 2 is just a better game overall, I feel, like, even with the original. But it did come at the cost, right, of this game feeling a bit of a letdown. So many people kind of thinking that this felt more of a DLC to Resident Evil 2 than its own standalone game, which is a bit unfortunate. But it doesn't mean it's a bad game, though, right? The gameplay itself is very much like the Resident Evil 2, right? The aiming mechanics, the action to it, the graphics are incredible, right? Still running on the RE engine. It's got Carlos in it, which he's a pretty cool character. Jill Valentine, which she's a kind of a fan favorite for the female characters in Resident Evil, and so it's not a bad game by no means. If anything, it's actually kind of cool. Like it's some of the set piece moments and all, and it's in the cool parts of Resident Evil 2. Some of them are really well reimagined in this one. But given those two main criticisms there of the game, I think is what really held this game back and was a bit criticized. It's that was Resident Evil 3 though this year. Switching over to the good segue there. Switching over to the Switch there. So let's go over some games here. I'm not actually familiar with a lot of these games, so I'm just going to touch base on them real quick. So there was Animal Crossing New Horizons. Now this game I mentioned earlier, right, was one of the higher selling games of this year. A lot of it had to do because of the pandemic. So again, the pandemic helped out a lot of games. Now this game I feel could have sold pretty well overall, even regardless. The purpose of it is that you're socializing on it, and because I believe it has some online components to it. I could be wrong on this, honestly. I don't know a whole lot about this game. I just know that my niece really wanted it a lot, so I got her a Switch for it. Or I gave my old Switch to her because of this game. But it had like a lot of I think it has like a community aspect to it, right? Where you're on an island, you're I don't know, like customizing the island to your liking, and it's something like that. Honestly, I don't know a lot about these Animal Crossing games. But because of that, though, because of the kind of game that it is, at a time where people were very socially isolated, this game just blew up, right? Which is cool because it gave people reason to socialize and all. And so it came out at the right time, right? It was a perfect excuse to be able to dive into a game, hang out with your friends. From what I understand you can do in this game. Again, I could be wrong on that. I just know that it was popular because of those kind of reasons there. And so That's pretty cool, right? And so, like I said, even though it's not something I'm into, I'm glad this game existed for the people that were able to get into it if they found some kind of, joy in a time in real life, right? And all where people were just feeling really isolated. So that's pretty cool. But we got Xenoblade Chronicles, the definitive edition on this one. And so Xenoblade Chronicles, we talked about this game. I think it would have been in my 2012 episode, but it's a really great JRPG, really expansive world, a lot of cool lore and philosophy to this game, cool anime-like action to it, with cool RPG mechanics. And so it's a very beloved game by a lot of people. But we got this definitive edition here on the Switch with improved graphics on it. The textures just look a lot better, and just overall, just a improved, in many aspects, improved version from the Wii game. And definitely a game that it's on my towards the top of my backlog list that I really want to get into this game at some point. It's just a really long game, all right, that I really have to try to find the time to dedicate time to it. I want to get. I think what's holding me back on playing a lot of these RPGs, like these big JRPGs, is I feel like I'm stuck with Final Fantasy VII. It's like I feel like I need a because I'm going through Rebirth again now, right? I mentioned earlier, and I want to experience Part 3, the remake Part 3, get that out of my system, right? Get into that game, play it to death, love it, and all, and maybe possibly hate it, whatever ends up happening with that game, and then just get it out of my system. Once I have that trilogy under my belt, and I feel satisfied enough with what the time that I put into it, that's when I feel like I'll be open enough to play more JRPGs. But I just kind of feel like I'm stuck in this Final Fantasy VII sort of stage in my life once again, like back in 1997, that I just feel like I can't put more time into another one when I'm constantly thinking about Final Fantasy VII. So I feel like after that game, once I done and beat Final Fantasy VII Part 3, whenever it comes out, that's where I can really start getting to some of these other JRPGs. But yeah, anyways, but this is one towards the top of my list that I'll probably go towards right at that time. Pikmin 3 Deluxe came out also this year, so this is yet again another game that was from the Wii U that was improved on the Switch, and yeah, so again, just more Pikmin 3, and with get an improved version of it. So again, Nintendo was pretty smart on how they staggered these releases out of like re-releases from games that they had come out on the Wii U, because there were great games on the Wii U. It's just the system just never really took off, but the games themselves were good, so they were kind of smart on how they did that. But we also got Paper Mario and the Origami King this year. And so I'm not too familiar with this one. I just know it's, kind of continuing on with the Paper Mario series. The one that I know that people really rave a lot about is the Thousand Year Door, which got a re-release on the Switch a few years later. But this one, yeah, I guess I don't hear much about this game, though. So I don't know, I guess, the overall reception of this game. But we also got a Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. So this is an interesting thing that Nintendo did. So it's basically, so you buy the package, because it's like, it comes with, I believe, like an actual little mini cart, and then it has like a camera on it, I believe, and then it has like these things that you can actually lay out like an actual real life track, like say like in your living room, and then the camera on the cart, I believe, gives, because it's basically showing you like the like your actual living area, but somehow translate over to something that you can play on the Switch, something like that. It's kind of a unique concept. From what I remember, what I read in the reviews and all, the concept seemed interesting. It's just that it seems a little basic because, again, you're customizing your own level, and they're just never going to be as fun as like an actual professional, right, creating levels. But yeah, but anyway, it was an interesting concept that Nintendo did. I don't know how well it sold though, but because I never really heard much talk about it afterwards. But it was interesting, I guess, Nintendo experimenting. And we also have Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity. I never really known much about the series here, and so I just know that this is I don't know if this is the one that had come out on the Wii U, and it was another game that was sort of like re-released again, but this time for the Switch. But yeah, I mean, people seem to like him, and I would say that if you like those Dynasty Warriors kind of games, then this would be right up your alley. But so those were some of the major releases on the Switch there, and we're going over to the Xbox One. Not a whole lot on this system, but we had Battletoads, which is a new game in the series, this time kind of done in the same sort of art style like Streets of Rage, where it's pretty smooth, clean looking 2D animation, but kind of done more in the modern style, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I guess I don't know, maybe because I grew up with 80s cartoons. I just like that style of the look of characters and all more, because now they seemed a little more bland, but I don't know. It's just probably me with the time, right, that I grew up in. But I played a little bit of it, and it seems like it could be a pretty fun brawler, but I haven't put enough time into it on all to really know how well it is. But as far as I know, I think it only came out on the Xbox. And maybe it came out on some of the other systems, but that's all I know it to be on, is on the Xbox. But then we also got Ori and the Will of the Wisp, so a sequel to the Ori and the Blind Forest. And so this is continuing on from that Metroidvania kind of gameplay that this game has. So you control like this cute little furry creature, and you're, wandering around in this really cool looking fantasy land. I played a bit of the first one, and just the introduction alone on that one is just incredible, right? And I mean, the graphics are some of the best 2D graphics you'll ever see. From what I've heard, this one is even better just overall, right? Better graphics, better gameplay, better everything. And I know it can run up to like 120 frames per second on the Xbox Series X. So definitely, I want to get, again, another set of games that are at the top of my backlog to play at some point. But yeah, at the time it was exclusive to the Xbox and I believe PC. Eventually came out on everything else, but it wasn't exclusive as far as consoles goes at this time. But let's get over now to the PlayStation 4. And so the PlayStation 4 has some pretty cool stuff, right? This is the last year of the PlayStation 4 before it's the new shiny PS5 came out. Now, there was a pretty extended crossover God, what am I trying to say? The cross-generation... Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank here. Basically, games that came out on this generation were still coming out, that were coming out also on the next generation, right? So, for example, like God of War Ragnarok, Grand Theft Auto 7, Horizon Forbidden West, all games that still were coming out on the PlayStation 4, but also getting the PlayStation 5 release. But basically, this is the last year where it was only the PlayStation 4, right? For, pretty much the most of the year, right? Oh my God. I'm struggling today to talk for some reason. But it had a pretty good year with some big hits here. So starting off with a Neo 2. And so this is a game that had come out a few years. The first one came out a few years ago, and it was developed by Team Ninja. And so it's that Souls-like kind of style of gameplay, only set with like samurais and demons and all. And I don't know much of this one. I played a bit of the first one. This one I don't know much about, other than that it seems to be one of the better like Souls-like games out there, right? That's not actually from software. But Team Ninja seems to have a pretty good handle on this genre also. And so, yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, if you like Souls-like games, this seems to be a pretty cool one. And we had the really excellent Ghost of Tsushima. So this game is developed by Sucker Punch, and it is the first game that they had for the PlayStation 4 era. There was a new IP. So Sucker Punch is the developers of Sly Cooper and then also Infamous. So they had Infamous Second Son and also Infamous First Light, the DLC for that, in the PlayStation 4 pretty early on in the system's lifetime, which are pretty good games. I mean, they're pretty good, but this is their new IP here. And so Ghost of Tsushima, you take control of Jin, who's a samurai in feudal Japan, as you're taking on the Mongols. Mongols, right? I believe is what they're called. And so as they're invading Japan in this area, the island of Tsushima. And so it's an open world game. The combat in this game is really great. It's not like Souls-like, but it's its own thing, which is cool because it definitely gives it a unique feel to it. And the open world gameplay in this is definitely probably one of my favorite. What I love about this game is that how it utilizes the open world to the gameplay is really fantastic. So it's like, for example, navigation, right? It at the swipe on the touchpad, you see like this kind of like some wind blowing in a certain direction, which is leading you to where you need to go to. It's not showing you exactly where to go to, it's just pointing you in the right direction. And I thought that was cool because it blends really well in with the environment and it gives it a very artistic look to it. And because the game looks absolutely amazing as well too. Some of the best like looking grass and foliage that I've seen. I mean, it's truly outstanding. And the overall animation to the game is, when you're fighting and all, it's really fun. And, you have a lot of cool different stances that you can do. through, right, with to help combat the enemy, and just the way like you're guided to certain mission objectives or secret things in the game is blends really well in, right? So there's the win, and then also, for example, like if you see a fox, running around, if you follow it, it'll take you to a certain location. And so anyway, just the overall game, the open world gameplay is really fun. There always seems to be something really fun and engaging to do, just like every few steps of the way that you can choose to do or not, or just continue on with the main story. The story overall is really cool. It's like a story of revenge, and the acting on it is really spot on too. Though I like playing this game in Japanese with English subtitles. I just feel it gives it a bit more of an authentic feel. So obviously I don't speak Japanese, but from what I can tell, the acting seems to be really well done. But there's the English version also if you wanted to play it that way. But absolutely fun game, and I had gotten pretty far in this game when it came out on the PlayStation 4, but then when the PlayStation 5 was about to come out, I held back on it just because I'm pretty sure they're going to come out with a version that runs at 60 frames per second. So I held off on, until that version came out, and then I think I accidentally deleted my save file, because you can transfer it over when the PlayStation 5 version came out a few years later, but I think I deleted it and all, so then I've been just kind of starting back from the beginning on it, and so I'm slowly working my way through it, but yeah, just an absolutely great time. A very cool villain. He's very intimidating. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the PlayStation 4's best original IP games that came out this generation. Props to Sucker Punch. I mean, so much so that this is a Western developer that even a lot of Asian developers and all were saying like, hey, good job, guys. You guys really nailed the culture and everything of this game, coming from a Western developer, right? It's, so, I mean, it's really cool. You can even do this cool move, I think it's called Akira. God, I forgot the director, but the dude that did like the Seven Samurai, back in the day, and it has like the style where you can play the game like in black and white, so it gives it like that old, authentic look of like old samurai movies. So much love and put into this game, and one of the best looking games at this time, and really fun playing game. If you like open world games and love like anything that has to do with like feudal Japan and all, highly recommend it. It's truly an incredible game. And like I said, there's a really great remastered version of this game on the PlayStation 5 that really just, bumps it up to 60 frames per second, makes the gameplay feel that much smoother, a nicer look to the overall world, right? And not just because it's running a lot smoother also. And yeah, an incredible game overall. Highly recommend you play this. And so actually, let me back up. Let's talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake now. Definitely my most anticipated game of this year. I was losing my mind waiting for this game, when they first announced it in 2015. So this is sort of like, Final Fantasy VII Remake is, I mean, I've talked about it at length already here, so I'm just going to touch a bit of base on this here. But the game was highly anticipated for me, and it was originally going to come out, I think, in March, but then it got delayed until April. And overall, right, I mean, what Final Fantasy VII Remake did to reimagine the original classic was truly outstanding. The look of the game is incredible. They really nailed it with the character models. I mean, they're probably some of the best in the video game industry, because they toe the line of like being kind of realistic, but still having that anime look to them. So meaning that it can get away a bit more with not having as much of that uncanny valley look, right? Because when they really go for realism, like some games have done it really well, but then there still gives you brief moments of like, okay, that doesn't look real. In this game, because it still kind of has a bit of an anime aesthetic to it, is where I think it gets away with it more. And so it makes for a really visually appealing looking game. Even if it has a PlayStation 2 textured door in it, the infamous door when you go to your apartment, and it's just like a really bland texture. It was kind of weird that, they forgot to, I guess, patch that up. But overall, though, the game looks nice. The battle system in this game is just absolutely incredible on how it mixes turn-based with real-time action. It set the foundation for my favorite battle system of all time. Rebirth perfected it even more, and so now that's my favorite battle system of all time. But at the time, it was this one here, and just really outstanding on how they did that. Where again you're pressing a button, right? So you're constantly hacking and slashing like the way you would in an action RPG. But then you still have a menu, you still have an ATB gauge, and so it has a bit of that turn-based element to it as well too. And so it just makes it an absolute blast to play. I never get tired of fighting in this game. It's so much fun. The music is just so fucking incredible in this. It takes like the music from Nobuo Uematsu, right, his original score, but then amplifies it more with some really cool remastered versions of his music, along with new songs also from, I believe, the composer of Final Fantasy 13, along with some other composers I think as well too. And it has a lot of great tracks in it. The main theme song of the game, Hollow, really fits the game well and the themes that they're going for this particular game. It's just so much about Final Fantasy VII Remake that I absolutely love. Has some downsides to it that I do feel that there are areas that are a bit padded out and I feel don't really lend too much to the overall story of the game. Again, a lot of it is, we have to see how this game overall plays out because some of these things might, eventually end up connecting in part 3. I'm not sure. I just feel like there's a lot of moments that could have been probably more like side content in this game instead of part of the main mission. I'll just take, for example, the character Leslie. I strongly feel like if they were going to do this character, that he should have been more like a side content in this game because I feel like kind of drags out certain parts of this game. So it's not a perfect game by no means, but maybe it's just because I'm such a sucker for Final Fantasy VII that when the game hits, it absolutely hits. The way they did the characters in this game and re-envisioned them for like modern times and all, but still keeping true to the spirit of the originals. Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, Aerith, all of them are just amazingly portrayed in this game here. And it set the stage for the high anticipation that I have for the overall trilogy as a whole. Because again, here I am, I've been constantly talking about, me waiting for part 3, right? And I absolutely love Rebirth. But this is the start of it all. And it definitely left me hungry for more. That was part of the criticism, though, of this game, though, is that the way the game ends, right? Without going into spoilers here, it definitely raised a lot of questions. A lot of questions on how they're going about it with this trilogy, that it left some gamers to be very vocal about their dissatisfaction with the direction that they're going in this remake trilogy. And understandably so. I personally am intrigued by it all, but I can definitely see how this could be a bit confusing for some people or completely off-putting. And so again, it wasn't a game that was completely beloved by everyone. I think a lot of people that played it really loved it, new players alike and old fans, but it did cause a lot of controversy, though. And again, a lot of it, I have to see how it plays out, right, with the third installment. But at least I know that for this time, when this game came out, I was so floored by it. I absolutely loved every moment of it, for the most part. That basically the main good points of this game just couldn't outshadow whatever bad things I felt about this game. Because again, there is some criticism to it, but it's still absolutely incredible. And yeah, just so much fun with this game. Yeah. But anyway, I've talked a lot about Final Fantasy VII remake and the whole trilogy, so I'm not going to go into too much further than that, other than just it was an incredible game this year. And probably personally my favorite game of this year. But let's talk now, though, about 2 games that stirred a lot of controversy, though, this year. A lot of controversy. So this year, I was really looking forward to, right, because it was going to bring out 2 games that were new installments of my favorite games of all time. So Final Fantasy VII, right, was Final Fantasy VII Remake. But then my second favorite game of all time was The Last of Us. And we were getting the sequel here, The Last of Us Part 2. So I didn't know quite what to think of this game leading up to it. When I was looking at the trailers, especially the one that they did a few years ago where, what we know now as Abby, and she's like held captive by some people, and it's kind of like in the woods, it's on next to a bonfire, everything's dark and all. It looked very gritty, very dark, but I was like, okay, what are we doing with this game? I was like, we're going in a completely different direction. So it was being done by Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog had a really great track record up to this point, right? And so I was like, okay, let's see what happens with this, right? Let's let them, as they say now, let's let them cook. Let's see what goes on. Well, a lot of this game, there's a lot that happened with this game, and not just and also in real life too, because of what happened on how this game got leaked, because that was a big issue here. And so let's talk about this here. So The Last of Us Part 2, so again, it was developed by Naughty Dog, and it was, so it looks like it started development in 2014, And so it brought back Neil Druckmann as director, also Anthony Newman and Kurt Margenu as directors on it. Writers were Neil Druckmann and also Haley Gross, but still brought composers back Gustavo Santaola, and also brought back the voice talent of Troy Baker as Joel and Ashley Johnson, I believe, as Ellie. But also was introducing this new character, Abby, who is played by actress Laura Bailey. So leading up to this game, right? Again, there was a bit of a concern on what they were going to do with this game, because it's like, okay, what, because they were starting to show Abby in this game, and it's like, what is she all about, right? How is this? How is she going to fit into the story? And again, keep it in mind that many people kind of wanted the original game to be its own thing, because it's left in a way that's a bit ambiguous, leaves it very open-ended and all. And it felt like a good finale, though, to it, right? It almost seemed like a game that didn't really need a sequel to it. But here we are, right? They were coming out with they were still going to move forward, right, with a sequel. So Bruce Straley, I think is his name. He was also I think a co-director or co-writer on the original game. That many people anticipate that he kind of had a hand as far as like a bit of the feel in the story that the first one had. Well, he's not involved in this one as far as I know, right? As I just mentioned, there was somebody else that was a co-writer on this and all. And so there was a bit of so there was already a bit of negative light coming out of this here from this game, right? Where people weren't quite sure what to think about it. So what ended up happening is that prior to the game releasing, I think it was like maybe like a month or two or so before the game released, because the game would have released in April, May, I think, or so. Because I think it was like about a month and a half or so right after Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, something to that effect. But the game leaked, though. And when the game leaked, so let me put up a spoiler warning here, just in case you don't want to know, because talking about this kind of involves talking about a spoiler, right? But that was part of the controversy behind it, is that somebody, from my understanding, somebody from Naughty Dog, is a speculation on this, that leaked this game early, and it leaked some gameplay footage about it, and also revealed a very crucial story element about it. And so the reason why people really love part one, myself included, is because of the relationship between Joel and Ellie. It's just, and then also Joel, right? Joel's a really cool character, very complex character, very kind of like anti-hero character. So, people were excited to play again as Joel and Ellie. Well, part of the leak that came out was that, spoiler, Joel gets killed in this game. And not only does he get killed, he gets killed in a pretty brutal fashion by this Abby character. And not only that, he gets killed pretty early on in the game. And then not only that, you end up controlling for a majority or a good chunk of this game as Abby, the character that a lot of gamers were already starting to hate before the game came out, and you were going to get to play as her for a good part of the game. So those were the things that were leaked out about this, right? That caused a whole shitstorm of controversy with this game. And so because of that, people were already painting this game in a very negative light. Naughty Dog, Neil Druckmann and all, they were kind of responded to it and all, and, just kind of saying like, it's taken out of context. You have to watch the game with context or play the game with context, right? And all, it'll all make sense, and, trying to do some damage control right from this leak that came out. So basically kind of proving that the leaks were true, right? So eventually the game did come out, and yeah, sure enough, the leaks were true, and it put a lot of people off. Now, overall, the critics and all that, for the most part, seemed to love the game. The game sold pretty well. Not quite as good as the first one, from my understanding, but it sold pretty well. And it got pretty, it got Game of the Year, right, at the Game of the Year awards. And so So let's get the good out of the way first, though, right? And because ultimately, I think it is a great game. It's a very, I mean, it's not a bad game as far as like as a video game, right? I mean, it plays pretty well. A lot of what I love, if you go back and so in the 2013 Year in Gaming episode, I really gushed and raved about The Last of Us there. So everything that I said about that game, as far as like the gameplay goes, stands with this one as well too. Has really cool like survival horror gameplay where you're limited on resources. Has a cool crafting mechanic to it. The stealth mechanics in it are really well done, and the melee is really brutal in this one too. Kind of expanded on even more. And now though, you get more open-ended areas, which lead to more cool stealth moments, and now you can like crawl on the ground, hide away from your enemies even easier, but the enemies are smarter though, and so as far as the gameplay goes, it's really well done and really much improved on from the original one, right? And so that's all great and all. The graphics are among some of the best in the industry. I mean, truly amazing graphics. Naughty Dog knows their shit when it comes to making graphics, like on a more realism kind of side. I talked a little bit about like, Uncanny Valley and all. This game does have a little bit about that, but this is about as good as it got when it came to like portraying real life people, right? I mean, the motion capture in this game is truly outstanding, and it's just incredible, right? The voice acting is incredible too. Troy Baker, Ashley Johnson, they have their characters down. The newcomer, Laurie Bailey, she does good. I mean, for the role that she's given, she does good. And all across the board, right? The acting is really well done on this. The sound design and the music and all are really incredible too. So all of that is really great, right? And I mean, you look at this game and it looks like $1 million, right? It's like, okay, this is a high quality product as far as when you're looking at it, right? I mean, the game it's still to this day probably one of the best looking games of all time. I would say that this and Red Dead Redemption 2 to this day are probably still the best looking games of all time. They just look outstanding, right? When we're talking about games that are trying to mimic real life. The background, the foliage, the set pieces and all that, just outstanding. I mean, there's like water effect in this game, right? Like where you're next to the ocean. I'll just say this area where you're going up towards an aquarium. Holy shit. I mean, it looks outstanding, right? And I've only played this game on the PlayStation 4. So this is before it got its bump up to 60 frames per second. I played like a few minutes on it after it got its patch and with the remastered release, but not enough. But I haven't played the game all the way through, at 60 frames per second. So I'm talking about like the PlayStation 4 Pro version, and that looked outstanding, right? So again, one of the best looking games of all time. But and there's times where I'm a bit conflicted on this game, so I'm going to give my thoughts about it first. So the game is the way it's structured is sort of my issue with the game. Is that it's there's a lot of like padded out areas, and the story just kind of, it feels like it goes on and on and on. And I feel like they should have like scaled it back some. I mean, I get what they were trying to do, right? Because they're really trying to make you empathetic for this Abby character. So again, spoilers, right? The leaks that came out were true. And I mean, she's not a bad character. It's just that I guess the way they implemented her character though seems a bit, I don't know, it seems a bit off. And then you play as, because you play as Ellie, and then you eventually play as Abby, and then their paths cross. And I don't know, just the way it's implemented all. And then with the overall larger narrative of everything that's going on, I don't feel like it was structured correctly, because there's a lot of bloat to this game. And even though the gameplay is fun and all, it started kind of wearing a bit thin as it kept going on and on and on. I mean, because overall, it's like about a 20-plus hour game, which seems a little excessive for a game of this style. And so there's that, right? The story, it feels like one of those stories that's like really trying to be edgy, but it's not really saying much, though, in it. And I mean, there's a lot of dark moments in this game, a lot of like really controversial themes in this game. Again, spoiler, right? Joel gets his head bashed in and all. And again, I'm not against like having killed off Joel. It's just that the way they went about it though, and how early on in the game, it felt a bit like, was I shocked and awe when it happened, even though knowing that it was going to happen right because of the leaks? Yes. When I saw that scene, I was like, Jesus Christ. I felt like a gut punch to my stomach, right? Because I really enjoyed the character Joel. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, and there's emotion to it, right? The acting that Ashley Johnson does all across the board, right? That whole scene right there, I was like, damn, man. Like, you guys got me. Like, this is pissing me off. This is like making me sad. This is making me depressed. It fucked with my emotions, right? In so many ways when I saw this scene, even knowing that it was going to happen, right? It just like, it tore me apart. But then the game continued on, and I don't know, because the game kind of like switches timelines, right? Like, and I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that the way the how the series of events continue on in this game, I feel like it wasn't structured the best. I don't know exactly maybe how they could have done it. I think when I was first playing the game, I was like, they should have done it this way. I just forgot what my thoughts were at that time. But I don't know. That was one of my main issues with the game, is the way it's structured. Like, could that death scene have happened? Yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, if you think about it, the events that happen at the end of The Last of Us, you know, are, you know, again, a bit of spoilers, but it's a lot, right? It's a lot. And so Joel doesn't necessarily make the best decisions, right? Or maybe he did, right? And that's part of the ambiguity of it all. And part of the genius of that ending is that, what would you have done in his shoes, right? But now that we are continuing the story and this happened, it's just the way they went about it all that it just feels off to me. And I feel like I need to play the game again, you know, years removed from the first time I played it, and years removed from all that controversy that was happening at the time, to maybe form more of a final opinion on this game. I feel like I need to play it again. And I just remember being kind of warped as far as like what I thought about this game. But ultimately I liked it more than I didn't like it. I mean, like I said, I would probably rate it like an 8.5 out of 10, right? Because what's good in this game is really good, right? Like, really good. But just some of the story elements and all, like the whole, I mean, the whole Abby storyline. I mean, her character, I can get behind the character that, you know, she was very upset, looking for revenge, because of what Joel did, right? I get that. I get that someone would train, you know, to try to put herself on par with having to try to eventually fight your enemy, right? Hence being Joel, which is why she looks just really buffed. I'm not against buff women or anything like that, right? It's just that I think that, so two things. The way they modeled her, like her arms and everything, looked like, I don't know, she looks almost like inhuman, almost. Like, I don't know. It looks weird. And again, I'm not anything against like buff women or anything like that. It's just that, I don't know, it seems it just doesn't seem natural, almost, in a way, the way they modeled her character. Not that women can't get big arms or anything like that. It's just, I don't know, something about her looks off. And the other thing too, that if you were going to make that into a story part of the game, it's kind of hinted at, but it's not really explained though a lot. Like, I don't know, maybe if they would have shown like a scene of her like training and like some kind of a montage of some sort, right? Like her training and like getting flashes of Joel, right? And it's like it pissing her off or something like that. But they don't really do that though. And so for me, it doesn't, like, I guess it doesn't, her physical appearance is a bit extreme, and it doesn't really explain much of it as to why, at least from what I played the game. And maybe I'm missing some context, because like, again, I didn't, you know, I played the game and I was pretty involved in it when I first played it, but maybe I just need to play it again to maybe understand it a little bit more. I'm not sure, but that's just sort of the feeling that I got. And the other thing too also is that the whole storyline of Abby, outside of her interactions with Joel and Ellie, it kind of seems like it comes out of nowhere. And the whole thing about these, you know, this other rival group of people that are in this game, a particular side character that she sides with and all, it all seems very kind of out of left field. And so I don't know, it just it didn't seem to mesh very well with the original story and continuing the story of Joel and Ellie. So because of that, it feels like two disjointed games. And then there's like a theme at the end, right? And all of regarding like revenge and all, but I don't know. I just don't think that it was implemented very well. And so that's probably one of my main issues with this game. And I think a lot of people had the same issue too, right? I mean, there was definitely a lot of issues with this game, which kind of leads into the other thing I was talking about, like woke in games, So basically, so what is woke? I don't have a definitive answer to this. Woke originally kind of started as being a way of like saying like you're awake, right? You're awake to like a lot of the negative things that are happening to this in the system, right? Like as far as like the government and all on how it treats certain people and whatnot, right? So originally it started as a concept of that. Eventually it ended up morphing into I mean, some of it I understand, some of it I think is way overblown, right? So for example, let's say this game. I can all those things that I just criticized this game on, I 100% get it, right? Some of the other criticism, though, that were coming out about this game is that a character like Abby's in this game, right? Just like this really buff girl, right? And all that's, kicking a bunch of ass and everything. That probably turns some gamers off, right? I feel like, women can't do that. And again, right, I can understand because the way she looks is a bit odd and all, but can a woman take revenge against a guy, and all, like, yeah, of course, right? In this kind of story. The other thing too also is that the side character that Abby is with, she's like some kind of a transgender character, I think. And I never even really caught this when I was first playing it. It wasn't until afterwards I was like, oh, she was? I was like, I guess I missed that context to the game. But, that was another issue, right? Like, we're just shoehorning this character in just to push an agenda. And, and a part of it feels like that a bit when you're playing the game. But again, it there's the two sides, right? Are you forcing this thing just to push your agenda, or does it have, or on the other end, right? These, are you, kind of like an argument against or for it though is like, are you saying that people like this can't be in video games? Because I mean, these people exist in real life, right? And so again, people go back and forth on this and turn into this big old culture war, right? That seemed to really start in the 2020s, and then this game was sort of like it almost felt like an anchor point on that. Because at least this is when I started finding out a lot about this stuff and what stupid shit that people were arguing about. And so that's why, like I said, this game was a lot. And then let alone that it was set during COVID, right? Or I mean, I'm sorry, the game released during COVID, and it had to do about a game of people that were infected, right, by the virus and all. So all of that, it kind of made it seem like really real in a way, right? So the game was a lot. It's a lot. It has very dark themes to it. It's kind of a long game. It's very depressing. And there was a lot of like controversy and negativity on it in real life, right? That people were constantly arguing about this game, that I almost felt like depressed playing this game. And so on that end, I guess if that was the goal of the game, then, it nailed it on that. But it was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. But ultimately, that was a lot of the criticisms against it, right? My whole thing on this whole woke shit, right, is for me, I do feel like sometimes some of this stuff does get shoehorned in for the sake of like trying to push some kind of an agenda or so. So like one thing I'm not for, and I think I've touched a little bit about this before in the past, I'm not a big fan of like when they race swap characters that has already been an established character, and again, some characters, for example, right, the race isn't an important factor of the character. But even then, though, right? Like, for example, like I'll take my favorite superhero of all time, Batman, right? If they all of a sudden made Batman a different race, I mean, it would seem a bit odd, right? And then at that point, it really feels like they're just changing it just because they can and they want to, right? But having said that, though, if there is a new superhero of some sort, right? Like let's say, I don't know, there's a new character in the Batman universe that happens to be, a non-white character or, of a different, race, then why should that be a big issue too also, right? Same thing with the sexuality. So like if you're having, if you take an established character and change its sexual identity, then that's a bit weird, right? But if you're creating a new character that's like let's say of LGBTQ community, then what's wrong with that? right? At the same time, you know? So I guess that's my thing, right? It's like, it's a bit annoying when they switch up the race or gender of a character that's already been an established character. But if you're creating new stories based on this different group of people, then what's wrong with that also, right? Because I don't like the backlash against that either. So, so then it kind of gets caught in this weird culture war thing that has been happening now for a while now. But and it seemed like this game was sort of the anchor point for a lot of that stuff, and got just bombarded with a bunch of criticism and discussion around that there. And but that's sort of my take on everything, you know. And all, I'm not going to get into the whole nuances of everything and all, because I feel like whatever you believe in, you're going to find a way to try to validate your reasoning for it. But I think it's just really as simple as that, though, right? You know, if you're trying to change something up that already exists, what is the point of it, or you know, that it should have a good reasoning for that, right? But at the same time, everybody should have a voice, right, to tell their stories and have some kind of representation in media, because that is important as well too. You know, like for example, I'm Hispanic. I wouldn't want to see a Hispanic Batman, right? But I would love to see some other stories that are you know, of Hispanic culture and all. So that's my take on it, right? And it really, I feel like it shouldn't get more complicated than that. People just sort of find ways to sort of justify their own biases for whatever reason of whatever they choose to believe in. But anyways, that was a big part of the controversy on this game, right? For all those reasons that I just mentioned right there. And even then, though, right, it still ended up winning Game of the Year awards. And also, for the most part, it got pretty well praised. So I'm just going to read some things here on this game, right? And because this can probably summarize it a little bit better than I just did right now, as far as like what happened in this. So the audience response to this game. So The Last of Us Part 2 was a subject of review bombing on Metacritic, resulting in a user review score of 3.4 out of 10 at its nadir. Reporters noticed the review bombing occurred shortly after the game launched, too early for users to feasibly have finished it. Some suggested that the reviews were based on the incomplete plot links. Many negative reviews criticized the characterization and plot. Some complain of social justice warrior politics. So again, this whole woke stuff with vitriolic responses to LGBT characters. CNET Daniel Van Booms wrote that the review bombers did not represent the majority of players, while Kotaku's McLeod identified thousands of positive reviews and felt Metacritic's system, which emphasizes scores over critiques, compromised only a bunch of meaningless numbers and a lot of rage. The incident led Metacritic to implement a 36-hour waiting period after release before allowing user reviews. So again, because of all this backlash, it changed some things in the industry here. Some players criticized Jess Dole. Oh my God. Death's Joel. Joel's death in the opening hours perceived as discrepancy between his cautious nature in the first game and his more trustful and protective attitude in part 2. So I mean, you know, Joel in the first one is very aware, he's very alert, he's very street smart, right? And in this one, the way it happens, it was like he felt like it was out of character for him to basically allow these people into his life, right, without taking more precautions, basically, which ultimately led to his death. So Dena Geek's Matthew Bird wrote that Joel had protected young women in the past, so his trusting of Abby in part 2 was not entirely unreasonable. Sam Clenches of News.com AU also argued that Joel's time in Jackson had realistically made him less cynical over the years, which I can get that too. A number of players considered Joel's brutal and undignified death disrespectful. Clench rebutted that it was realistic, as most real deaths occur at unfortunate times, and described the scene as extremely strong, purposeful writing. Josh Hawkins of Shackneck wrote that Joel's death was a fitting retribution for his brutal actions and murders in the previous game. Some players felt the marketing, which had altered and replaced characters and trailers to conceal Joel's deaths and Abby's role, constituted false advertising. Druckmann responded that Naughty Dog had intended to preserve the game experience, not to bamboozle anyone or get their $60. A subsequent of players criticized Abby and disapproved of her playable chapters, as they had expected to control Ellie for the majority of the game. Collider's Dave Trumbore felt Abby's killing of Joel led to her being unfairly maligned by audiences who had failed to understand the story's messages. Some players criticized Abby's or muscular physique, and theories spread online that she was transgender. The Independent's Amy Coles and Polygon's Patricia Hernandez argued that this perception was a result of the lack of body diversity in games, and that the story showed Abby had the resources to achieve her physique. Cole observed that these arguments were propagated by a loud and determined misogynist subset of players. Laura Bailey, who played Abby, became the target of online death threats in response to the character. Naughty Dog released a statement condemning the threats, and Bailey was supported by James Gunn, Ashley Johnson, and Craig Mazin, among others. And some members of the transgender community objected to the representation of Lev, a transgender supporting character. Criticism focused on villains using Lev's dead name, that the character was created by cisgender writers, and the use of trans stories as tragedies. Stanley Henley of VG247 responded that Lev's dead name is used sparingly, and that Ian Alexander, a transgender actor, provides the character's voice and motion capture. Writing for Paste, Waverly praised this choice of to have Lev played by a transgender actor, but felt there was too much emphasis on his gender identity and the suffering he experienced for it. Waverly felt that Lev's story isn't made for trans people, but to give cisgender players a space to connect with their guilt and pity for trans people. Henley wrote that while Lev's story isn't perfect, it is a major step for trans characters in gaming and focuses on a highly charismatic and central character who is far more than this transness. Okay, so yeah, so like again, right, a lot to this and all the game that just caused a big old outrage on this. Again, ultimately, I still like it. That would have been my score, 8.5 out of 10 on this, if I was a video game reviewer. But there was a lot to it, though. I definitely have some criticisms of it. A lot of the overall game mechanics and everything do kind of outshine as for ultimately the direction they went with the story. But if I'm going with the story, a lot of it just sort of felt flat well, not flat, but just very convoluted and a bit overbloated for no reason. I felt Abby's motives wasn't really quite fleshed out. It felt like literally like almost two games at once trying to clash together. And for that, it just wasn't ultimately as good as the first one, in my opinion. But okay, but that's a lot on that game, right? I just wanted to touch base on that there because I felt that it was such a experience when this game came out, with the game itself and in real life, that it was interesting, I guess, to say the least. But let's see. But let's jump over to another game, though, that caused a lot of controversy, but for different reasons. And this was for Cyberpunk 2077. And so this game came out pretty late in the year. It was a game that was... all right, Cyberpunk 2077. So this game was developed by CD Projekt Red. So they're the developers also of the incredible Witcher 3. And... so this game, from my understanding, I believe it's some kind of a... okay, here we go. So it's based on Mike Pondsmith's Cyberpunk tabletop game series. And so it basically takes place in this metropolis called Night City, which is based around California. And it's a dystopian cyberpunk universe. So this game was announced early on. And I was really hyped for this game as well, too. If you've been listening up to this point, I've made several mentions that I'm a huge fan of like cyberpunk stuff, right? I don't know. I just ever since I watched the Made with Blade Runner, it just really fascinated me with that kind of like environment. And sorry, I'm just kind of eating a brownie here on the side. Hope you don't mind. This podcast is going way too long and I'm getting hungry. But so it was announced from a little while back, and when they were showing trailers of the game, mostly like CG trailers and all, I was starting to get really excited, especially because I really ended up loving The Witcher 3. And I'm like, if they can take that level of detail and world building and everything, but now in a cyberpunk universe, I was like, I'm excited for this. The game was heavily delayed a lot, and kept getting pushed out. And so finally, it ended up coming out on, December 10th of 2020. And so it came out on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC, and the Stadia also. Now this game kept getting pushed out and out and out. And Well, let's just read a bit about it here. Cyberpunk 2077 received praise from critics for its narrative, setting, and graphics. However, some of its gameplay elements received mixed responses, while its themes and representation of transgender characters received some criticism. It was also widely criticized for bugs and glitches, particularly on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions during their launch period. Sony removed the game from the PlayStation Store from December of 2020 to June of 2021, which is unheard of, while CD Projekt rectified some of the issues. CD Projekt became subject to investigation and class action lawsuits for its perceived attempts at downplaying the severity of the technical problems before release. These were ultimately cleared with a settlement of US $1.85 million. The improvements and updates delivered by the developer since, together with the release of the Phantom Liberty and the 2022 tie-in anime series Cyberpunk Edge Runners, led to a progressive reappraisal of the game. As of November 2025, the game has sold over 35 million copies, making it one of the best-selling video games of all time. Its total cost to develop and market, including updates and DLC, is reported between $436 million to around $440 million, making it one of the most expensive video games to develop. A sequel, Cyberpunk 2, was announced in October 22 and is in development. So yeah, so the game kept getting delayed. So they had showed off trailers, and the game was like for what was supposedly the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 versions, but and it looked like it was running okay. But when the game finally came out, though, it was littered with bugs and almost unplayable for a lot of people. I got the game, and so because again, the game originally came out on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. Now, the new systems, the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5, had just come out, so you can play them on them via backwards compatibility. Playing them via backwards compatibility on those new systems improved the experience to an extent, but not all the way. But the other thing, too, also is that those systems were very hard to get, which I'll get into here in a bit. So if you were playing the PlayStation 4 or Xbox One versions, they were pretty buggy. At the time, I had the Xbox One X that I got the Cyberpunk game on that on the Xbox there. I played a bit about it. I didn't have a completely bad experience, but I didn't get too far into it. I did notice some bugs, so I stopped playing it just because I'm like, I'm going to see if this gets all patched up then, because I don't want to get heavily invested in a game that is just going to end up crashing and all. Because I was watching a lot of videos online at the time of just how broken this game was. And it caused a huge controversy, right? CD Projekt Red came out with an apology video afterwards, basically stating on how much they had to, what their plan was to fix the game. And it was, they had like a roadmap of what they were going to try to do and basically like apologizing, right? I've never seen that before in the industry. So I'm going to play a little bit about it here.
Everyone, my name is Marcin Iwiński. I'm the co-founder of CD Projekt. When I started CD Projekt 25 years ago, one of its founding principles was honest and direct communication with gamers. When CD Projekt Red, the game development part of CD Projekt, was born, it added something important to that principle, the ambition to make the best games in the world. It became our mission and something that guided us up until now. Based on that legacy of genuine and honest communication, you've trusted us and pre-ordered our game. And despite good reviews on PC, the console version of Cyberpunk 2077 did not meet the quality standard we wanted it to meet. I and the entire leadership team are deeply sorry for this, and this video is me publicly owning up to that. Please don't fault any of our teams for what happened. They all are incredibly talented and hardworking. Myself and the board are the final decision makers, and it was our call to release the game. Although, believe me, we never ever intended for anything like this to happen. I assure you that we'll do our best to regain your trust. Now I'd like to tell you how the situation looked like from the inside. Cyberpunk 2077 is huge in scope.
And just for reference, this was released.
Quests or things you see at first.
Sorry, just for reference, this video. So the game came out on December 10th of 2020. This video was released on January 13th of 2021, and it was from let's see, it just says here a co-founder of CD Projekt Red.
Clients. I'm talking about a multitude of custom objects, interacting systems, and mechanics. In the game, everything is not stretched out over flat terrain where we can make things less taxing hardware-wise, but condensed in one big city and in a relatively loading-free environment. On its own, this is a challenge, but we made it even more difficult for ourselves by wanting to make the game look epic on PCs and then adjusting it to consoles, especially old gens. That was our core assumption. And things did not look super difficult at first. We knew the hardware gap, yes, but ultimately, I think that time has proven that we've underestimated the task. To give you a concrete example, and the main culprit, we had to constantly improve our in-game streaming system for all gen consoles. Streaming is responsible for feeding the engine with what you see on screen, as well as the game mechanics. And since the city is so packed and the disk bandwidth of all gens is what it is, it constantly challenged us. Every change and improvement needed to be tested, and as it turned out, our testing did not show a big part of the issues you experience while playing the game. As we got closer to the final release, we saw significant improvements each and every day, and we really believed we would deliver in the final Day Zero update. Now let's talk about the review process. We started sending our PC review keys in the first days of December. On launch day, December 10th, we hit the ground running with a really good start on PC. While not perfect, it's a version of Cyberpunk we are very proud of. At the same time, we're fighting for quality on all gen consoles till the very last moment. And every extra day of us working on the Day Zero update brought visible improvement. This is why we started sending console review keys on the 8th of December, which was later than we originally planned. This all happened while working from home with all the challenges resulting from the COVID-related restrictions. A lot of the dynamics we normally take for granted got lost over video calls or email, and we took that hit too. Now I'd like to tell you about our plans for the future and present a path for Cyberpunk 2077 on consoles and PC. We have already released 3 hotfixes improving the game, but that's just the beginning. Our ultimate goal is to fix the bugs and crashes gamers are experiencing across platforms. Please expect bigger and smaller patches on a regular basis. The first update will be dropping within 10 days, and it will be followed by another, more significant one in the following weeks. We will, of course, continue to work on the game in future updates and improvements beyond that. Our big plans for supporting Cyberpunk in the long term did not change. As for the free DLCs, our initial plan was to deliver them just after the release, much like we did with The Witcher 3. We decided to focus on the most important fixes and updates first, and we'll be releasing the DLCs afterwards. Expect more information in the upcoming months. For those of you playing on next-gen consoles in back compatibility, you can still expect the free next-gen update for Xbox Series consoles and PlayStation 5 arriving in 2021. We are aiming at the second half of the year. I'd like to end this video by assuring you that we treat this entire situation very seriously and are working hard to make it right. The guiding principles of our company are still core to what we do. We still want to make amazing games and have an open communication with you, our players. For now, our immediate focus is to work hard on making sure you enjoy Cyberpunk 2077 regardless of platform. Beyond Cyberpunk, we have many plans for the future, which we'll share more about when we're ready. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video.
There you have it. So he kind of explained a lot of it there. So they had to come out with this Apollo video, right, just because of all the backlash on it, and kind of also touch base a bit on, like I mentioned earlier, about the whole thing with COVID-19 and video game development and all that, right? Again, not just video game development, just across the board in many industries, right? I don't know how COVID messes with a lot of things, but yeah, it was crazy though, right? And so ultimately, Cyberpunk right now is an incredible game with the DLC that came out in 2023, the Phantom Liberty, and all the patches and fixes that have been done. It's an amazing game. The Switch 2 port that came out is really incredible as well too. How you can cross-gen, carry your progress over cross-gen and all that. It's amazing, right? Absolutely fantastic game. And the concept and the framework of the game was incredible at start. It's just that it was so damn broken. And so then that led to a lot of like distrust between, gamers and developers and publishers, right? Or probably more the publishers, because I mean, the developers are doing what they can, but then these publishers and investors and stakeholders and however all that shit works, they have certain guidelines and timelines that they need to meet as far as to try to, maximize their profits, right? And so, because the game was heavily delayed, this game, I believe, was going to come out outside of like previous delays, but I think it was going to come out like in the spring of 2020, and then in the fall, and then in November, I think, and then finally they landed on December 10th, and it was still broken, right? And so not only that, but just like a complete mess. And so that's where, again, it started this huge controversy of like this distrust and this practice in the video game industry, like that companies are so confident to release their games in such a broken state, right? That, I mean, what other industry does this? And this has already been happening before. We've been sort of like alluding to this in the past, right? In previous episodes. Cyberpunk 2077 was like the final boss of it, right? This is what happens when you release these broken ass games, and yet you've already trained the audience to be accepting of it. And that something like this can be confidently released in such a broken mess. And granted, they came out with this apology video and all, and and like I said, they have made good on fixing the game, and that's why I think that Cyberpunk 2077 is like the biggest redemption story in the video game industry. But it wasn't at a cost, though, right? It really put a bad taste in a lot of gamers' mouths that I think now enough time has passed that I think most people have forgiven it now. But it was a huge backlash when this game came out. And, eventually it got its next gen up pour, and then all the fixes that happened to it and all. And it's, like I said, it's an amazing game now, but it was a lot, right? It was a lot when this game first came out, though. But let's now touch base, though, some to end this off here on the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5. So these systems were really hard to get because of COVID. They decided to release these systems online only, right? Like on the major retailers, and trying to get these systems was a big old mess, which led to something else that had already been happening, but I feel like it was really, really amplified by COVID and these systems, because basically when you're trying to buy something online, if it's a really in-demand product, you have to deal with bots also. And by that, I mean, that's like somehow people have like these software that will go into a checkout at on a website and be able to basically buy the product really quick, faster than a human can do it, right? And so then we got a lot of these scalpers that were going in there and buying these systems up in bulk, before like an actual human can even have a chance to try to get it. And because that was the only way really they would release these systems, where they weren't being sent to like an actual store, because again of the whole COVID shit, it made it a nightmare for people to try to get these systems. And so a lot of people didn't get these systems until like almost a year and a half later, because they were just constantly getting bought up by these bots, right? But that's, that was a big deal as well too. The PlayStation 5, I ended up getting in January of 2021. I was kind of lucky. I ended up finding it. I was up kind of late one night trying to get my one of my oldest daughter to sleep. And so I was there laying in bed one day, and I heard that they were going to have a drop, because I was following a bunch of channels to try to see when like the stores would get their night drops in, or their drops in. And so they announced that they were going to do a Jake Randall. He was I think that's his name, this YouTuber, super helpful in getting these systems and then eventually later systems. So shout out to that dude. He's incredible at what he does. But he made a drop, or an announcement that there was going to be a drop on a new Newsegg, I think is a website, and I was able to snag a PS5 there. But then eventually the Xbox Series X, it was a little bit easier to get that one, and I got it I think a few months afterwards, if I recall right. But the Xbox Series X, so I love the look of this system. It looks like almost like a little PC tower. I love the look of the Xbox Series X, and even the Series S. It's decent looking, I guess. But basically, Xbox came out with this plan here, right? So again, they were going to have their Xbox Series X, which is going to be their main system, and it was going to be at $499 US. And then there was the Xbox Series S, which was at $299. And so basically their thought was that the Xbox Series X was going to be their higher end system, where the Series S is going to be still a 9th generation system, but not quite as powerful and was in all digital. But those were for people that wanted to get a easier introduction into the 9th generation. It wasn't quite as powerful, but what Xbox did though was that anything that would come out on the Series X had to be also put on the Series S. So in the time that has followed, there's been some criticism of that potentially the Series S held back this generation, right? Because developers had to still be able to make their game work on the Series S. The only game that I know that I think wasn't able to be playable on the Series S, I think was Baldur's Gate. I think they couldn't ultimately get that game to run. Maybe they have nowadays, but I know when it came out on the Series X, it wasn't on the Series S. But anyways, the Series X is a pretty powerful system overall. I'm not going to go too much into the specs on this system here. I tried it last time, and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But basically, it was... so again, their 9th generation system, and it's a pretty powerful little machine. On paper... the Xbox Series X was to be a little bit more powerful than the PlayStation 5. At this point, though, we're getting to the point, though, of diminishing returns. It'd be a very subtle little difference. But ultimately, it was a pretty, it was a pretty powerful system, though, overall. And didn't have much at the launch lineup, though. I mean, a lot of the games that were on there that were worth playing were like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Call of Duty, which again were games that were on previous gen also. So nothing really that was like next gen, which kind of became a theme for this generation going forward. But the controller was really nice. It's pretty much the same thing for the most part as the Xbox One controller, only the D-pad now with a full D-pad instead of just being the cross. It's really clicky, and I like it for the most part, but sometimes it can feel a little too stiff and clicky though for some games. But it's a really great controller. It's a really good like overall controller. Doesn't really do anything wrong. Again, a slight nitpick on the D-pad, but everything else is really nice on it. The triggers are nice. The buttons are cool. The analog stick placement, everything is incredible. I love that controller for like first-person shooters and driving games. I really love it for that. But it had an SSD hard drive also, which just improved on loading. So this was one thing that this generation really benefited from, is that it didn't completely get rid of loading in video games, but it really minimized it to the point that it was almost gone. I remember seeing this joke. Somebody made a comment on it somewhere where it's saying like, damn, we have no more loading in games, that I can't even get a drink of my beer in between levels or something like that. I thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, we almost got to the point of where like back to like cartridge loading, right? It's super quick, and that's absolutely amazing. I love SSD drives now in game consoles. And because of that, though, also another cool feature of the system was its what is it called? Or game resume or something like that, where basically on some games it supports it, where when you close out of a game, it can save it so that you can boot it up right where you left off, right? A quick resume, that's what it's called. And so that's a pretty cool feature that I actually haven't really taken advantage of, but it's pretty cool. And then also the smart delivery too, as well too, where basically it'll just, the way Xbox gets a lot of criticism, rightly so. We've talked a lot about it already, but the smart delivery thing is really cool, because if you're in the Xbox ecosystem, and this is one thing where I kind of kept Xbox around, is because I love the way it just transfers everything over from like your past library of games, right? And it's really seamless on how it does that. It's they called it the smart delivery, and it's just really cool. And then also especially too on how we can pick up on like what's an Xbox Series X or S version of the game as opposed to like an Xbox One version of the game. I thought all of that was about as seamless as it could be, and was really cool. I really appreciated that. And the bit of a downside to that, though, is that the UI of the Xbox Series X, outside of it just feeling snappier than on the Xbox One, it's pretty much the same thing. So it kind of loses a bit of its identity for that, right? Because it's like, okay, well, it just seems like I'm back at the Xbox One's UI. And I don't mind the Xbox One's UI or the Xbox Series X for that, I guess. But it's, it just loses some personality, I guess. I mean, the only game that I can think of that was, I guess, kind of next gen for the system, but it might have had an Xbox One port, though, was Yakuza Like a Dragon, I think. At the time, it was exclusive to the Xbox One X or Series X. Maybe I think it might have been on the One X. I'm not sure also, but it wasn't like on the other. Like I don't think it was on the PlayStation though. So it was like the one game that was kind of an exclusive to it. But everything else was ports from other, from previous generations. But the backwards compatibility though on it was amazing, and something that was still really well implemented. Hopefully they continue on with that, with what we mentioned earlier about the top voted backwards compatibility games that people want. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's a decent system. Halo was supposed to have launched Halo Infinite this year, but it was held back because of fucking COVID. But like I said, COVID. Oh my god, fucking COVID. But I like the look of the system. I like the controllers. It's been a very reliable system in my time that I've had it. I love the ecosystem of it and all. It just didn't really have much games for it though, right? Like they were exclusive to the Xbox. And so we were hoping that the Xbox Series X would have changed that from what we were already seeing in the Xbox One. Never really happened though. Even with the acquisitions that Microsoft ended up getting with ZeniMax and eventually Activision, it still never really got it though, right? But the system itself, like the hardware itself though, and all and the features that it has, it's pretty cool though. But jumping over to the PlayStation 5 now though, so this came out on November 12th, so just 2 days later, at least here in North America. And this was the behemoth of a system. I mean, like I said, the design of the system, it looks weird. Like I said, it looks like a router almost, but it was, it was a beefy boy. On paper, it wasn't quite as powerful as the Xbox. I think maybe the GPU or some shit like that is a little bit more powerful on the Xbox. But it still had the SSD drive, which was actually a little bit faster on the PlayStation 5. And I do feel that. I feel like PlayStation 5 games load slightly faster than Xbox Series games from my kind of like minimal testing that I've done, right? But that's what it feels like anyways. But yeah, the system is a behemoth of a system. So again, these systems were doing like, they're starting to, they were capable of doing like 4K resolution, even though they announced that it was 8K, but it really, I guess technically it could, but you would lose so much performance on it that I don't think it was really like practical to even try it. And up to 120 frames per second. Right. So there was a handful of games that took advantage of all that. And so, yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool. And like I said, I mean, I've talked about diminishing returns and all. And yes, the diminishing returns between like the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 to this generation, it was small. It wasn't that much like of a change. But it would, but some games did look sharper. Some games did run at a faster frame rate. So again, something that might have been 30 frames per second in the previous generation was now at 60 frames per second. And the resolutions were a bit sharper also. And again, the SSD drive was amazing too also. So I'll take, for example, Spider-Man. So there wasn't a whole lot of cool releases that came out on the Xbox Series X that felt exclusive to the system. Kind of the same with the PlayStation 5, but it had more, right? And one of them was Spider-Man. And so one of the launch games on the PlayStation 5 was Spider-Man Miles Morales, which is it's kind of like it's not quite like a full game, but it's not like DLC either. So it's its own sort of thing. And I think it was released at like a lesser price, if I recall, right? But it's more Spider-Man goodness, right? It took the framework of the 2018 Spider-Man game, only now you're playing as Miles Morales. And it's a great game. I mean, it was a great game to pick up at launch. Again, not quite a full game experience, but still pretty cool overall. Lots to do in it, enough for at least for the size of the game. But the loading in it though, because like on the PlayStation 4 version of Spider-Man, the loading between as you're fast traveling and all, it took a bit, right? Here it was like instant, like, click a button, boom, you're there, right? It was incredible. And you could really feel that because along with the release of this game, it also, I think there was like a bundle deal of some sort where you can get the Spider-Man, the 2018 game we talked about back in the 2018 episode, but the PlayStation 5 version, so Spider-Man Remastered. And so if you compare that game to the PS4 game, I mean, it loads a lot more fast, right? It was really incredible. And then some of the ray tracing that they were doing on that, again, I'm not too much for ray tracing and all, so this is where the generation that really started to try to focus on that. And it was cool, it definitely, you can feel it a bit in this game because of the reflections and all the window panes around the city and all, which was pretty cool. But the loading was probably the thing that I kept geeking over at. I was like, holy shit, this is so damn quick now. And I think it was like the one thing that I really felt was next gen, right? Which is cool, but, at the same time, it's like, okay, well, this, the games themselves don't feel too much different from the previous generation. But the resolutions did look a bit sharper. One thing that the PlayStation 5 had also was its controller. So the Xbox Series X's controller is pretty excellent, but this one so it's called a DualSense. And so the controller itself has a lot of cool, like, haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. And basically what that means is that when you're playing a game on the PlayStation 5 that has these features implemented in it, you truly feel like the feedback of whatever's going on the screen. So just to give an example, let's say you're pulling a bow and arrow, right? You're pulling down the right trigger button, and it gives some it doesn't give right away, right? So you can feel like that tension as you're pulling the bow back. So kind of made it feel more immersive, and it's pretty cool. The PlayStation 5 had Astro's Playroom built into the system. So that was another win that I had against Xbox, right? And Astro's Playroom is excellent platformer that really shows off all the features that you can do with the DualSense. So for example, like when you're Astrobot and you're kind of walking on like this rocky terrain, it vibrates in a way that it feels like you're really walking on this terrain, right? It has like the touchpad that you can do certain mechanics on. It even has it where you can blow into the controller and make it move a bit. So overall, I feel it's still a bit gimmicky, but it is kind of cool though. It's kind of in the background now when I play a game. Now I was like, oh, okay, cool, right? Like I said, I don't miss it if I play a game on the Xbox Series X, right? That I wouldn't have those features on it. I don't. For me, it's not that much of a system seller for me, but it is cool though for the games that I have played of it that really take advantage of it. And probably the best games that have done that for me personally have been Returnal, and then also Astro's Playroom and Astrobot. I think those are the ones that I'm like, oh, okay, this is actually kind of cool, right? But I guess the actual controller itself, it's pretty good. I don't know if for certain games I prefer the PlayStation controller. For other games I prefer the Xbox controller, right? So it just comes down to what kind of game I'm playing for me personally. But one of the main leads of the architect of the system was Mark Cerny. We've talked about him before if you've listened to my previous episodes. And so, yeah, I mean, it had a bit of a better reception at first, and sold a bit, more than the Xbox, which was kind of anticipated. But I mean, because also a lot of it had to do with the games too. It comes down to the games. So we had Astro's Playroom that was already built in, which was a surprisingly really great platformer. And then Spider-Man Miles Morales, which is pretty cool. And then also a remake of Demon's Souls, made by the now defunct Blue Point Games. And so that was a pretty excellent remake of it. It looks outstanding, right? There has been criticism of the game for people that are very purist Soulsborne games or for the Souls-like games. I watched this one reviewer, he was breaking it down, the difference between the Demon Souls on the PlayStation 3 and then this version, and how they sort of neutered the gameplay some, right? So, again, right, if you're a hardcore Souls fan, you probably already know about all that and all. But for just your general person, just kind of know that, right, and all that. I think you will still like it. Like, I really like it. I've been trying to get into it. It's just that I suck at these games. But the presentation alone and all looks outstanding, and the game plays well enough for me, someone that is not a hardcore Souls-like player, that I really appreciated that game. And what else? I think there was something else too, right? I don't remember, but those are like some of the more standout games. And then also, of course, they had Black Ops and Assassin's Creed and, some of those other cross-gen games as well, too. But yeah, so the PlayStation 5, though, came with the main console, which was $499, but then there was a $399 version also that was just a digital version, too. And so, again, that came out on November 12th, and that system was, again, both of them were extremely hard to get, But yeah, I mean, it's kind of become the default system now. Again, I've already talked a lot about that, but this is where it first came out, and yeah, I mean, it was I remember I had before I got the system, I was like, okay, I got to think about where the hell am I going to place the system. So I had to rearrange my entertainment center a bit, right, so I can find a spot for it, just because it's so fucking big. It's like, damn, where the hell am I going to place this at? But yeah, and now we've come now to the ninth generation, right? We're still kind of towards the last leg of it, I feel like, but we're still definitely in it. But this is where it started, and we're into the modern times now, right? So if you've made it this far, this is a bit of a long podcast. I love doing this. I love talking about this, and I do split up the podcast. So if you notice like certain breaks when as I'm talking and all, it's because I edited some things in from the times that I recorded. So I think I've mentioned before that part of it I record on one day and then another part on another day and all. I really enjoyed doing this, and I don't know how much more I'm going to continue doing it though, just because it's my little thing that I'm doing here and all, it's not a whole lot. It's pretty basic with what I do and how I record these things, but it is still becoming a bit time consuming. And so even though it's giving me a lot of it's just been giving me a lot of joy and a lot of comfort in doing something like this, it's also becoming a bit of a time I don't want to say time waster because I get benefit from doing this, but it's just taking up a lot of time though. And I just don't know if I can continue doing these podcasts here or even just my overall YouTube channel. So I might really try to streamline things. So I'm happy that I made it up until 2020. Obviously we're in 2026 now. So there's those, 2021 to 2025 that I could cover. But I feel I've reached a good stopping point for now as far as like in the video game industry. I might just let these other next few years marinate a little bit more, right? And especially just because I haven't really caught up with a lot of the games that have come out since. But also at the same time, like I said, right, I don't know if I am able to still do these podcasts here. If I do something next week, I might do something like more of a kind of the same format, Relay of Gaming. But even then, I don't know about that either, too. So, honestly, I'm not sure if I'm going to have something up next week. I have to kind of think about how I want to approach this. Like, because also my YouTube channel, I've liked putting up like my Let's Plays, like I've been doing Rebirths recently. But then as I'm doing it, though, I have to record it where I'm talking only at certain times. And so then that even limits further my time that I get to play games. So I don't know if I want to do that anymore, just because I feel like I just don't get as immersed in games as much as possible, even though I still kind of want to record gameplay of certain games just so I have them up, to archive them for myself and for, really just my kids, really, and anybody else that might want to watch. And if anybody does watch it, I appreciate it. I just don't know how much further I'm going to continue doing this. I might continue with just the short still. But we'll see though. But if anybody's been listening to this, I truly appreciate it. Hopefully this is giving you a trip down memory lane on video game history overall. I really enjoy talking about this stuff. I just know I'm not the best speaker and not the best communicator. But again, a lot of this I'm just doing for myself, just to archive for myself. But hopefully anybody that did decide to watch this got some information from it, or at least something to listen to in the background. So having said that, I will see what I might do next week. I don't want to promise anything. And hopefully at the very least, you have these podcasts here that you can go back and listen to. And have an excellent week. Take care of yourselves. And hopefully we'll see you at some point or hear from you at some point. And until the next, have a good one.